Aha! I think I fixed it. Well, nothing like being really late to my own party. Welcome, people, even though nobody's here yet. So, first off, this is looking great. This is, I mean, it's not great that there is a fire, but the Latrobe fire, which I found out really quickly about thanks to CA Fire Scanner on Twitter. Shout out that amazing Kiwi. Oh, maybe pilot chatter in a second. Aircraft has slammed it already. Looking at it on flight radar. And looking good. They released the aircraft. Another one might show up. One came from Chico, it looks like. The other's at McClellan. And we'll do a little time lapse here. It's 1 hour because I don't think it's older than an hour. This thing rip-roared through the grasslands. I guess a river bottom. But thankfully, I haven't heard of any structures being affected yet. And the pilots seem pretty pleased. Said there's just minor hot spots to be seen, but it was looking good. There's a big pole in the way of the action. I did not actually see any aircraft show up on the cam, but high in the sky was circling it for a bit, and there wasn't that much chatter on the radio. There's big long pauses of silence. But, oh, I see why people aren't showing up. Have it as visibility private. Let me fix that. I can fix it on the fly. Sorry, I am using new new software. I'm trying out StreamLabs. OBS was the one I had before. And it's been a little bit of a learning curve here. I wonder if it'll even notify people, because I started it out as bit. Oh well. Point is, yes, I'm alive. I haven't been able to stream much, even though I have wanted to. Because catching up on everything last year that I missed. Just many months of my life being taken up by daily 16 to 20 hour streams. I'm still not caught up on all my goals of last year. I've been getting stuck near Tahoe in blizzard-like conditions, snowed in for more than a month around Christmas. That was intense. Coming back home, being sick for a month, that wasn't cool either. Oh, hello guys. Oh, yep, here we go again. It starts, right? Hey, welcome guys. I'm glad it notified people. I started this out in private mode, wondering where everybody was. Hey, thank you so much, Braden. How are you guys? Hey, D. Hi. I have been so sick. I apologize, and then they botched all the work on the outside of my building, and so they're like redoing it. I'm going insane. Saws, hammering, jackhammers, literal jackhammers to pull siding and stuff off. And I was so happy that everything was done, and then my windows began leaking. I'm like, oh, you're kidding me. Not again. So, hey, Smitty, hey. Hey, how's Desi? So, I still have some daily construction noise. And right now it's peaceful. But then again, I think they haven't returned from a lunch break. This is what's going on in El Dorado County. Actually, is it El Dorado County? It's just south of Roseville. I'm a little bit confused on this, but I'll go and refer back to Twitter. It, by all accounts so far, is looking good. It's the Latrobe fire. I imagine that's the name of a road. They're usually named after. Hey, Christopher, how are you? So, I'm on StreamLabs, and I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just, for the last 15 minutes, was trying to figure out how to the go live button, and StreamLabs wanted to be in control of like what was in the description, what was the title, and then YouTube wanted to be in control of that. So I just wrestled it away from Labs. It's quite a headstrong horse, but it may be easier to do things like this. Check this out. I bought a thing called a ticker, and it's much better than using the old style, thing for evacuations and such. Now we still do have a character limit, and I found out that's like 290 characters. That seems to be an OBS restriction that StreamLabs kind of has, because StreamLabs is basically a fancier version of OBS, but kind of for kids. And in a way, I like it, but in a way, I don't like it. You hate the fox? Yeah, I know. So, at least though, like OBS used to resize it and stuff. What I like about StreamLabs is I can kind of get some pre-made things like, all these themes. Most of them are juvenile and they're like for gamers, and like pink kitty cats and Hello Kitty-esque type stuff. Either that or it's like for 12-year-old boys. It's like Star Wars or StarCraft themed. There's not much in between. I can't even find a good news broadcast version. But anyway, yeah. So I don't think. Oh, there's a helicopter on the scene now. Cool. Private owner. It's a Lone Ranger. I wonder if it's the Lone Ranger, because he goes into the Lone Ranger. Flies it. Okay. Yeah. Click. Add. Stop it. No. Stop it. Stop. Don't do that. I don't care about the upgrade to gold. Does it really mean that I can't bookmark this? Oh, I reached the maximum on silver plan. Okay, looks like I may have to fork out more money just to bookmark a aircraft. Alright. Fun time. Yeah, so how you guys doing? I better stop the ticker. That's probably irritating. I'm pleased that this smoke is just going less and less. Now, it moved fast. It really did. If we, whoops, build the time lapse. I mean, just watch it progress. Just, I wonder what caused this. It's right next to a busy road. And I'm really hoping nobody got their outbuildings or toasted. You can kind of see some emergency vehicles right here. Oh yeah, I remember when I forgot to install. I forgot to install that fancy drawing pen that I used to have. By the way, how's my audio? John Stoker was awesome today. My mod, he helped me do an audio test, and I was really scratching my head. Hey, Teen Homesteader, what's up? And tell me how you guys are all doing. It's not particularly active right now. There's not much to track, which is good. Knock on wood. Yay. Coming in 5x5. Thank you, Hurricane Heather. Oh, I know some life's been hard for some of you. Oh, it's fantastic. Good. See, the radio is live. We're listening to El Dorado. What are we listening to again? El Dorado County Wildfire Operations. I'm one of 6 people listening. I'm sure CA Fire Scanner is the other person. And there was the lady pilot. I heard her voice a second ago. She was like one of the world's youngest wildfire aircraft pilots. She was flying the Chinooks. She was working the Caldor and others. And one of my personal heroes. I need to buy her coffee somehow. Christopher the Trail says it's all good down in SoCal. Yeah, I've been on pins and needles all weekend when I heard red flag conditions, and of course everybody going out for Memorial Day. I want to give a round of applause to the public in general for not causing a massive wildfire over the weekend. It was Memorial Day weekend when people get drunk and barbecue, and somehow the state didn't burn down. That's great. I was a bit nervous about this. So I regret not being able to go live during the horrible situation that was going on. I think we lost, what was it, like 17 homes in 15 minutes? I think it might be the SoCal Edison stuff may have caused it. Uh, just horrible. I tweeted up a storm about it and tried to, be present on Twitter. Yeah, the Laguna Woods fire a few weeks back, just awful just to see that. I mean, one day you literally people were out walking their dogs and came back and their house is gone. Or like we're held back. It just raced up that hill. Team Homesteader says there's already been a fire where I live. Yeah, I know. And just New Mexico, Arizona. Ugh. And what's interesting is on Modus and Veers don't have something registered yet, and we've got yeah, this looks about the right spot. We've got our GOES 17 satellite detection, but I imagine it'll change and Modus will have its little snowflake on there in a second. Yeah, Braden says bury the power lines. Yes. Yes. Exactly. It's above ground power lines are so 1800s. It tells you something when our fancy high class falutin new technology is something that Nikola Tesla would recognize. Like maybe we should upgrade. I'm still baffled as to why firefighters have to roll up on a scene and sit there and wait for power companies to show up and turn off powers. Like, shouldn't they have remote control? Beep. Or shouldn't they have like a rod where they could pull a handle down off of a power line and get to work? I've seen these YouTube videos, of course, where there's people trapped in a car and power lines arcing all over the vehicle, and everybody just sits and waits and watches, checks their watch, waiting for the power company to. My goodness, something just has to change. We have to be responsive. We have to react fast. So we can't change anything immediately about the climate, but we can change everything else. All right. Yeah. Smitty has stories about PG&E. He told me the story about how in Plymouth County there was a telegraph pole that PG&E converted to a power line pole, and then he walked by and there was a tag on it that said that it was new. Some story like that. Yeah. That's one heck of an error. But yeah, there's upgrades. There's definitely some infrastructure upgrades we earmark some money for, because a penny of prevention is worth, like, how many thousands of pounds of cure. So I am glad that this is not too bad. Got some wind, probably check windy going on here. Yeah, Braden says as a country we're great at infrastructure building, but maintenance not so much. Ding 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 ding. I think it's starting to become attractive though, because well, everything's falling down. I no longer feel safe driving across bridges. Do you? They still keep collapsing. Hey David, welcome everybody. Now, thank you so much, you mods, for checking in, and everybody else too. I have meant to go live to do like a roll call, to do a update, like where am I gonna be? Havoc, hey, yes, hello. And I've had so many things just set me back. Either my health was out. I got food poisoned by the Lucky Charms. That was uncool. And I just have them as a midnight snack pretty every once in a while, so I put them in a zip bag. And so I was food poisoning myself again and again, week after week. I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. And then it hit the news, that Lucky Charms was making thousands of people sick across the nation. The moment I put it aside, I was like, dang, okay, I feel better. And then guess what my new midnight snack was? It was peanut butter. Ugh. So I'm putting my weight back on, but that was intense. Not going to describe it. You won't want to know. But unlucky charms, yes. That's what we need to call it. Oh my God, nothing is safe anymore. Why didn't I buy Skippy or Peter Pan? Why did I have to buy Jeff? Why? I am just like, I am the canary in the coal mine for this stuff. Hey, Patricia, how are you? Okay, so if things had been normal, here's what I would have done. First, I would have gone live with the scrolling Star Wars credits of all my donators and supporters and mods with a huge thank you thing, and I would be unwrapping the new stuff, the new hardware that I got to improve the stream, and I would be going thank you, because I found my webcam. It's really poor, bad, but it's a webcam, so you guys will at least get to see me and my unbridled joy at unwrapping streaming gear. Hey, David, hello. Oh, David Meadows says, got to get back to work, but again, I want to thank you for your hard work last year. The Dixie and Caldor fires kept us from freaking out here in Nevada City and Grass Valley. Oh, you're so welcome, and thank you for telling me this. I mean, that's what keeps me going. It's adrenaline a lot of the time keeps me going, but that keeps my energy renewed. So yeah, have a good day at work, David, and hopefully things will be a little bit more organized soon. I do have treats for you guys. I'm not going to be able to elaborate on that because surprises are better. But first thing I would have done is made a big thank you stream. B, shown people the upgrades I've made. So I've pretty much kind of rebuilt my computer. I got new hard drives. Thank you very much. I got solid states NVMe's and 10 terabyte Western Digitals. I got twins of them. So 7200 RPM too. I got them from hard drive shucking. There are 2 external drives, and I got pearls inside. If you don't know what that is, shucking is like an oyster where you remove the shell from an oyster to get out the pearl, or to see if you got a pearl. And so I bought 2 external drives. They were amazing. White label, what is that, 72 or 7500 RPM? Anyway, the fastest spinners around. So if I had bought them separately, that would have been $300 something range, but I got them on sale for like $200 each, and so now I can finally not worry about recording everything, so I can archive it in case YouTube or some copyright thing takes it off the air. I can have archives of everything, and that is so important. Because in 2020, when I was live, I assumed YouTube was just saving all my videos, which was a mistake. And lightning either hit my house or outside. And that was live on the stream. And we waited for YouTube to kind of chug around at the video, and it got deleted. It never. That's how I found out the hard way that streams over 12 hours don't get saved. So. Yeah, Braden says now amazing that they have 20 terabyte drives. 20, I know. Just as after I bought the 10, and I was gonna strut around like the cock of the walk, No, now there's 20s and 30s. I think I saw a 30 for sale, like a Seagate, which my opinion is just a fail gate. I don't do Seagate. As a computer repair person, I know better. But seeing the price, like a sub $500. I think it was 30 terabyte. I just blink, blink, blink. What? I now feel inadequate. I mean, dang. So, yeah, Braden says now's the time, people. Clear out your yards, irrigate, or better gravel. Yep. Gravel's good. But you know what? Paver stones are elegant. Teen Homesteader says, I gotta go. Thanks, Catherine, for sacrificing your time to keep people informed. You're welcome. I wish I could be here with you more. I am tentatively hopeful that they might wrap up this sighting stuff somewhat soon, but it was such a bad job they did. I didn't notice how bad it was till I got my power bill and I realized the sliding door doesn't track anymore. And they've got to redo it, like reframe the door and replace at least one window now. The one they already did. It's defective and leaking. Oh my God. And all gutters need to be redone. So whether or not radial saws are going off every single day in the yard, it's just whether or not they want to show up to work. So I have really wanted to go live during some of these fires. And I decided I would do it in a crisis, of course. But you wouldn't have been able to hear me talk. I wouldn't be able to hear myself think. It's been pretty brutal, and I just hope it's over soon. But no end in sight. So the treats that I have though is occasionally I'll be able to use a webcam now. And I'm gonna try the green screen thing. Try to set that up. I have to get good lighting in here. It's kind of abysmal. The other things are I got the camera. Thank everybody for donating. It's really expensive to buy the rest of the camera gear, and all of that's coming out of my own pocket. But the actual camera body, I can't thank you guys enough. I've got it over there in the box. Haven't unwrapped it. I don't know what I'm doing with video, but I'm going to learn as fast as I can and try to document fires that have happened best I can. I know a lot of cleanup has already occurred, but with the insane gas prices, I have been unable to go back to California in spring as I wished to. Plus, I was weak as a newborn kitten with constant food poisoning. But now that I'm on the mend, I am going to return to California, just working on time and place. B, I'm trying to rehabilitate my laptop and try to get a mobile kind of setup. It's not going to be as good as, having a studio in the living room. But I do want to have a mobile setup to be able to go live almost anywhere. So I'll be looking at cell phone plans that might facilitate that. If you guys have any suggestions for me, I'm thinking T-Mobile at the moment. They have the best 5G. That sounds strange, but apparently it's true. And oh, thanks for hitting the like button, guys. I just noticed that. That really does help. Check if you've subscribed. There's been a trickle of subscriber atrophy, which is natural when you don't stream for a long time. But I've gotten reports too that just sometimes people are like, "Why am I unsubscribed?" So if you mean to be, head. Reves says, "Hi, hey Catherine, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well." I'm doing much better now, thank you. I hope you're doing good too. And Braden says, "I have T-Mobile and love it, but like any cell carrier, make sure the coverage is good in your area." True that. Although I hear now it's mattering less and less which actual like GSM versus CMA you have, because it's all kind of going towards 5G, and I hope it gets there soon. Heather, hey, hello, heart. I've been watching Shaz's stream, Shaz73. She's so awesome in England, and she does like morning walks in England, and she's so amazing. She is able to walk around with her cell phone and stream live walks through things like Nottingham Forest. Oh yeah, check her channel out if you can. Now let's see if any aircraft has come back. Looks like I'm still on Broadcastify. It's just like nobody's on the radio. That is why one of the airplanes actually is on the ground back at McClellan right now. McClellan, which is by Sacramento, their radio was malfunctioned. So we've got perhaps the Lone Ranger here. I mean, it's a Long Ranger. The Lone Ranger is a legendary pilot, and I don't know his name, but I would recognize his voice. Now, if you were tuned in the 2025 when Calistoga was in danger over in the Bay Area, the Lone Ranger was like single-handedly doing. He was just requesting, "Can I fire at will?" Basically from the eye in the sky, and like, yeah, sure. He was single-handedly saving homes, like more than 200 of them, just as embers and stuff caught and flew around the landscape. You'd see people's yards on fires or their roof on fire and just go douse it. Or fire creeping up to somebody's pickup and you went and doused it. It was amazing to watch and listen to. So I always wanted to figure out who is the Lone Ranger. Oh, there's a radio crack. John Sater says, hi, thumbs up, hey, Smitty. Hey, hello. I'm so pleased to see you guys here. I missed all of you. I'm going to hug every single one of you. Because, hey, Cobra Commander. Hello, hello. I am happier when I'm streaming. And, gosh, I'm hoping that we might have calm weeks in between fires. So that would be the other thing I wanted to talk about is maybe I can do some, like anything goes, want me to read you a story type content, or I can share some of my old footage of ghost towns I've been to, whatever people are interested in. Sorry, I'm very distractible. Hey, Shaz! Hey, I speak of the devil. Oh my god. Oh, hey, Tracy! Much love just went to bed, but wanted to say hi. Hey, Tracy, big hugs. Look, I summoned Shavs, guys. I have magic power. Hello, Silas? Or Silas? Okay, so if I didn't have ADD, I'd be able to, like, bullet point where the stream is going. So the rest of where the stream is going is, I found a lot of my old footage. That's the cool thing about having big hard drives. It's, I used to have a million small ones stacked up like library books. I'm working on consolidating, and as I'm doing that, I'm actually filing them in a way I can find them again. So I found really cool. Okay.
5 minutes out, positive fuel.
Positive fuel. Now, I don't think that's the Lone Ranger's voice. So, I mean, Long Rangers are pretty popular for firefighting and such, and so, there's at any given big wildfire, like 5 or 6 of those wandering around. So, who knows? Hey, there's another helicopter approaching. Would it be, see, there's a Jet Ranger. Unknown if this is related to the fire. That's not related to the fire. I don't think it's going to Reno. So, we'll take a look. Let's look back at our cam. Too bad this isn't a big pole in the way. That would be cool to really see some aircraft work in it. I'm sure they did swoop down low, but I think this takes a frame about every minute for a time lapse, and it's real hard to capture a plane doing it. Now, if you had been on the 2020 stream, and all that stuff is still on my archives, you can just search my videos. The 747, we caught it. We watched it live from these little alert wildfire cams, splashing giant red roads of retardant all over the landscape, up and down mountains, and was that a thing to behold? We were tracking it in flight radar, and then we'd see it swoop down in, and the thing, these planes just about scrape their belly, the vegetation as they pull up. It's frightening and hair-raising, but awe-inspiring all the time. Braden says, must have the Rossini theme music before I acknowledge the Lone Ranger call sign. What's Rossini? Is that somebody who made the actual Lone Ranger theme song? Because I'd be unaware. Uh-oh, Smitty. Smitty says we had 2 homes burn close to us. I'm pretty certain. Oh no, she did. What? Oh dear. That's right. Yeah, Smitty talked about a structure on fire, and there was somewhat incompetent response. His neck of the woods, and that's what's sad though, is you can't really be too harsh on a volunteer force. I mean, hell, they would love to have better training, but that's one of the things we need to fix about the nation, is there shouldn't be any volunteer forces. Everybody should get paid. Everybody should get trained well. I think a big problem that we have is that we're acting like it's medieval times and like this is an army. Empires, like the Roman Empire, steamrolled things like ancient Greece because they were city-states and they didn't get along. So each city had its own army. You had to call upon the local lords of their own little towns. Each one had to deliver some force, and that's whether or not some of them were well equipped and some of them were peasants holding sticks. And that's the way firefighting is here. It's every city and every county has gear, equipment, and training according to how much money the county makes. And some of the most fire-prone counties are the poorest. So you've got the super deluxe Cadillac fire engines in cities that don't need them, and have really good fire codes and sprinkler systems and lazy weather. And then you have 40-year-old trucks with rotting hoses and no radios that work in counties that major conflagrations. So it would just be better if there was a unified system, unified response, like a national type army. That's the way that you become effective if you want to fight something, and fire is the greatest threat to the country right now. When's the last time we were invaded? Alright, so there's a lot we can do, though. I mean that to be positive, because just a little bit of reorganization become much more effective with what we have. Because I think the rich counties are starting to realize that the wildfires from the poor ones are spilling over towards them, becoming gigantic beasts. The Dixie was a 5-county beast. So, new strategy. It's definitely in order. So, yeah, Brad Gale, I miss you so much. I missed you. Alan T, hey, hello, how are you? I have returned. Now, I'm thinking this is about done. Let me check the Twitter. The Pound Latrobe fire. And do we have any update? Doesn't look like it. I don't think Watch Duty covers El Dorado County. It's still pretty Bay Area, which is sad. Watch Duty is the best app I've ever seen. It's just it's absolutely marvelous. Just about everything there needs to be. So it's yeah, Watch Duty is just showing the Hay fire. It was a 10-acre fire near Vacaville. Forward progress was stopped. Looking on Watch Duty, the Cordelia fire was updated an hour ago. Less than an acre. Forward progress stopped, and that was over by Sin City. And okay, actually the Latrobe is, oh, it is on Watch Duty, and the strangest thing is seeing is 0 acres. I mean, I'm eyeballing this. That's several, a couple dozen right there maybe. But it says forward progress has stopped. The aircraft has mostly gone home. Excellent. That's the kind of fire we like to see. Quick response, quick button up. Excellent. Okay, so we have a little bit more time to just kind of relax and talk. So the next thing I would like to do, I have totally reinstalled Windows. I'm still on Windows 10. I played with Windows 11 on a client's laptop, and it's actually kind of interesting. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone saying Windows 11 looks good, but in some ways it looks good. It's kind of a nightmare to get it running with all the security. It keeps telling me that my super machine can't handle it. I think that's just because I haven't installed a couple of like secure boot yet. But it's getting frequent updates and looking better. Like it looks good. You know, still some things that are bad about it. Like I miss having windows that have a border so I can tell which window is on top of which. It's really not good for people with poor eyesight. It doesn't scale very well to small screens. I've struggled to make icons big and words big on laptops that are like 14 inch. But okay, looking back, C-Probe says hearing Latrobe makes me thirsty for Rolling Rock. Okay. Minnie says C-Probe, yes, what's next? What's next? The Yingling fire? Is that a beverage? Braden says I switched to 11, pretty solid. The TPM chip mandate's a little disappointing. Yeah, trusted platform module, that's what that means. Forces everybody with older machines to update. That is what gets me about it. Is there should be like Windows 11 Secure Edition and Windows 11 Poor Man's Edition, where you have your old gear. I think e-waste is a terrible thing. And if if something's got 5 more years of life in it, that's the most green thing. I mean, the recycle process takes a lot of energy. Plus, a lot of people just simply don't recycle e-waste, which is a prime shame. It's very lucrative too if you want to recover gold. But it's just it seems gimmicky, you know. Like the cynical side of me is like they're just maybe they know that to make more sales they have to make people give up their perfectly equipment. But that's a cynical viewpoint. It's you know it is what it is. D Year says I haven't figured out Windows 10 yet. Yeah, they kind of abandoned it when it was getting good. I struggled with some basic things. I I wanted to use Quicken on a second monitor, which is a big white interface, and that burns my retinas. I get light-induced headaches, and OLED TVs I use as monitors. Oh, they're in the super high contrast mode that I can't turn off, and boy, does that drive a nail like right through my skull to look at white on these screens. So I figured out a trick that I can invert the colors of Windows in the settings. So I just needed it for monitor number 2, where Quicken was at, and I needed kind of normal colors on the other one. And can't do it. It won't allow you to do it. It's just like it does it on both monitors. I still am struggling to scale things up to 4K for my 4K TV, which is my main monitor. Like words are tiny or buttons are tiny, and it's a nightmare for anybody with vision problems. I've set up laptops and computers for people with aging eyes and retina damage and macular degeneration, and they just about want to give up because they'll call me and say I can't close a window, and that's because it's down below where the taskbar is, and the button to close things or open it is just down there, and you can't reposition a window. So I have to walk them through taking them into a different resolution just to close a window or move it. Windows 10 needed this to be fixed, and don't get me started on their Bluetooth crap. You can't have high resolution. I think this fire is probably done let's. Oh my God, what is that? What is that? What's going to Marysville, friends? The Roper 31. What is this? That is one heck of a cool aircraft. Okay, sorry, I just had a squirrel moment. That's unusual. Sea probe, what is this thing? It's like an X-plane. It's going to Marysville. Marysville, I just found out, has a 6,000-foot long runway. It was built in 1943, probably during wartime for the war. And it's got a cool control tower. So it's a Northrop F5. Cobra says I've still got an XP machine for nostalgia's sake. I hear that there is a new Windows XP. Oh, it's Beale. Oh, of course it is, right. I was going to say, Beale's not exactly Marysville, though. So it's kind of off course, unless it's doing a scenic route around Sacramento. Hook a right. Oh. The Ropers fly there often? Cool. Braden says I got my drone license a couple months ago, partly thanks to your channel. Ah, thumbs up. Got me very interested in aviation and rolling into it by business. What kind of drone did you get? I am kicking myself because part of the treat that I wanted to show you guys was a drone flight of mine. I got a poor man's DJI Phantom, which was called a Mi drone. M-I. It was the 4K version. I got it on sale for like $350 a couple Christmases ago, 2017, and very stable in the air, more stable than DJI's. A little bit less flight time on the batteries, and I thought $100 batteries were expensive. Oh no. Oh no, they're $239 now because they stopped making them. So I think I just have to buy a new drone because I can't afford that. I'm pretty sick. Sick about it. They've got about 15 minutes of flight time, honestly, before you really should land. But it's takes really neat shots. You got a Mavic 3? Okay. Cool. I guess I have to go DJI. I think they're kind of the only way to go now. So I would have to fundraise that though, and I've got some really cool stuff to show you guys. In fact, do you want to see something now? I could dig up some. Let's see what I did with my. Oh, yeah. How about that? You guys want to see something? I'm waiting for the hard drives to spin up. I think you'll like this. The idea behind getting the drone was mainly to go to ghost towns. Sometimes you can't reach high up places. Like say you're at the base of a mountain with a mine in it, and like California's gold country, and 3,000 feet up is the upper adit, the upper tunnels, because they'll be 3,000 feet deep. So maybe I can't hike up there. Maybe the roads are washed out. Maybe I don't have a mule, but the drone could get me there. So let's see what I got. Off screen, I'm checking. I need to watermark a lot of these so that people can't steal footage, of course. But quick things. So here we go. So here's a ghost town. And I think that it does good. Okay, let's go to full screen. There we go. Little jerky here. I think I was just returning at the time. And yeah, looks like I was in landing mode. There's me. So let's find some more compelling. But would you like to see more? It's not exactly a cannery. This is a 1800s fish station. And so the boats would be repaired here, the nets would be dried here. There used to be Long Wharf over here. That's where they had like a roof, and the salmon nets for gill netting dried there after the fleet came back. So there's a shipwreck here in here, but it's at high tide, I think, and so you can't see its little bones sticking out. It's a wooden ship. So what do you guys think of that? What do you think of that? There is a boat down there. That's the remains of a boat, and I accidentally trespassed a little bit down this thing. A guy showed up, very funny, and he made his way onto this dock. And so I was there filming, and I said, can I go out there a little bit? And he goes, yeah, of course. I said, oh, thank you, you know. And so he goes and inspects some things. He grumbles about trash being left from the party or do this stuff, and said, yeah, it's crying shame. And he just sort of grunted and nodded. He looked very concentrated on picking up trash, so I just didn't bother him. I was just cool. You know, I was just happy to have permission. Then I realized I will fall through this and drown or something. It was kind of rickety, holes everywhere. That's a good color profile. I think so. This is terrible lighting. I really picked the wrong kind of time of day. When I went down to the water, and to your left, the water is basically north, and so the sun is in the sky to the south at this point, and really bright, harsh, and it's good dynamic range. This is raw. I haven't done a thing to it. No grading, no nothing. I think I toned down. It has like a little dial for neutral density type thing, or not neutral density. It's kind of like a fake version. What is it? The EV button. So I toned down the brightness. Deeper shadows are always better, but that's just me. Oh yeah, but you can always enhance contrast. But if it's too dark in the first place, it's hard to fix that. But right, it's actually, most people think it's a cannery. That's what I thought it was too, but it's a fish station. Now, there's only one surviving cannery on the Columbia River. This is where this is at, by the way. And I got so close to it, I drove so many miles only to arrive at a gate. But it turns out that there's a bed and breakfast in property, and if I could go stay at the bed and breakfast, my super camera now should be able to see in the dark. Now, if anybody can give me some advice, I'm about to buy a lens, as in like tonight or tomorrow, for my new Sony a7S3, guys. A7S3, the miracle camera, the camera that could see in the dark. Like you're in a dark gym at a high school, you light one match and you can see the entire room. That's the extreme low light capability of this camera, I mean, with appropriate lens and stuff. So the lens that I think I'm going to get is only $898, but most of the lenses that are good are around $4 to $5 grand. So it's a good starter lens, and I want to get footage that matters, footage that's good from the get-go. I want to document these wildfires, something that'll look good, and that's what this deserves. So I'm sick that I can't get any more batteries. These are slow trickle charging batteries too, so I may just have to buy new drones. I'm a bit ill about it, but heck, maybe we can do a little fundraiser about that. I don't know if Super Chat is enabled, is it? Oh crap, is it not enabled? I actually got rusty. I did all of the settings I was doing. I don't think it does zoom, but it's super wide, so I'll crop. I need it to be lightweight because I have an arm injury, kind of frail, can't carry a whole lot, and it's less than a pound. B, it's got to fit on the gimbal, which has its own weight for the smooth shots. And C, it's going to have big wide apertures. I think it's a 1.8. Let me just find it. Now, it's Sony E-mount, but I can't really do the APS-C because, the Micro Four Thirds thing. Sorry if this is all babbled to you guys. I am looking for more footage to show you. Stick around, stick around. 100% organized. Just mostly. Okay, here's a different location on the Columbia River. Now this is an old ghost town. And this place had a train ferry. So I believe what we're looking at is the remnants of where the train used to cross the Columbia River before there was a bridge. We're talking 1875 era. And the remains of some pretty serious pilings are apparent. I am also freezing to death. Get you this footage. And the water was smooth as glass on the Columbia, which is just incredible. But it's bitterly cold. It's dawn. And this giant steamboat used to exist on the Columbia that would ferry the entire train at once. Like it had dual tracks going up, and the train cars would split. It had like a Y. They just uncouple in the center of the train. Then split the rest of the train onto it. It's a pleasant spot. And that steamship was so huge. See that there was a huge gale, a massive storm, which was the remnant of a tropical storm or hurricane, cyclone, something that hit Hawaii and hit Oregon. And an old timer remembered seeing that giant steamship picked up right here at this section, deposited on the railroad tracks, which is over to the right, up on that hill, and then another tidal wave type thing pushed it back into the Columbia. And she saw that from her house, which is up on the hill on the right. So, dang. Pretty epic. So this is going back the other way towards where I was filming. And there's some other things like pulleys just hanging there. There's a pulley. The remains of some weird diesel engine, I think, over here, which may have had some. Once the train bridge was built across the Columbia, the town kind of became a ghost town. Also, the old growth logging kind of petered out from overharvest. But for a while, this place, they made log rafts here. The ones that look like giant upside-down whales, like logs chained together. And they towed them out to sea, even all the way to Japan. Yeah, see, there's the remains of that engine and that hoist thing. Bushes. So, it's, I've got treats for you guys. So, give me money, and I will give you things like this. Because I need to buy a new drone. And I will also go to film the wildfire areas and, of course, interview people. I need an interview lens plus a wide-angle lens. A zoom is last priority, but I think having 3 lenses would be good. But first, I'll just buy $1 one. Smitty says the pilings must have been cedar to have lasted that long. Yeah. It's super old growth. It's probably something like Port Orford cedar. Now, I think that's just a break in the footage. I did some, it continues on from here. I like these kind of shots that just start from bottom to top. I like that. There's something about just going straight up. Plus, this is one of my earliest flights. I haven't done 2 flights. You need to get recertified. Smitty says that was probably what the Bloxer pulley was. It was for the log rafts, probably. They also did a lot of cargo loading toward various steamships. The Columbia was the highway for Oregon because Oregon roads sucked. So everybody went by boat everywhere. Okay. Yeah, that's making me ill. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. See, there's me down there. But when I landed the drone, it was soaking wet. I realized flying in fog has some hazard. I was pretty panicked and trying to dry it off with a, fans full blast in the car. But I was looking for boats, and I realized at one point I had gone across the entire Columbia on accident. So I guess that's like an achievement. Achievement unlocked. Cross the Columbia with a drone. Be crazy enough to do that, because if it fell in the water, then there wouldn't be really a retrieval option. That's for sure. So it's even tidal this far inland. This is closer to Portland. Those are shells, like big clams, and I found out they're not native, but they don't seem to be harming the ecosystem. And these river otters were eating them for the place. I tried to make that cinematic, but I don't understand why drones are so touchy on the controls. Like, you barely move your thumb and it jerks the camera. So if you have any tips for me, anybody who knows, how do you stop that? How do you make the control sensitive? I was hoping there might be like a trick. So, yeah, the other things that are in the water, Smitty, are called dolphins. And they're not exactly, that's what the pilings are. That is where the log rafts were attached. Let me see. What did you take off? I looked ridiculous. Quite early in the morning. This is earlier footage. Yeah, this is where I accidentally flew all the way across because it just all looked the same fog. And by the time that I saw vegetation on the other side, and oh, whoops. Go back to the cannery area. This is just majestic. But this is high risk. Really high risk flying over water. You have a crash, you just ain't getting your footage back or anything back. They don't float. So let's see, what lens was I gonna get? Mount the 20mm 1.8. I think it's not a G master. It's just G. So yeah, here it is. Pause that. Oh, this is about the time when I lost contact with my drone. That was an exciting day. I was testing range. I found out where it was. It's right about here. With the low power antennas I had, I lost contact with the drone, and it just hovered until I reestablished contact with my cell phone. The cell phone talks to the controller talks to the drone. And I was so pleased because it was hovering over the Columbia. I've heard that sometimes they just try to go straight down and land when they lose contact, and oh dear God. The most important thing, ladies and gentlemen, when you are going to fly a drone is designate home. If it loses contact, it goes to low battery, you don't want it just going down and landing, because that could be in somebody's swimming pool or, say, a river. You, A, have to set its flight height, make that maximum, because it'll just go towards where it took off from, and it's like return to home. Now, if you're at low altitude, like 20 feet, and you didn't set the maximum height, then it's going to plow itself into the nearest tree, building, car, boat, anything at the 20-foot range, because it's just going to go towards where it took off from. But if you go to maximum height, which is 375, I think, for normal clearance, FAA clearance maximum, it has a much better chance of clearing the landscape, and then it'll go do a straight horizontal land, vertical land. Okay. So the return to home button. Oh, yes, yes. The return to home. Okay. What am I doing back? It's funny. I'm asking for money and I don't have a way that anybody can give me any right now. I thought that super chat was on, but I don't know how to turn it on mid-broadcast. Whoops. So either way, I'm just thinking of putting it on some credits, and I'm sure that when you guys see some good footage, I'll recoup that. I need to do a good job of documenting the wildfire areas, and if I'm going to travel a long distance to a burn scar area or a neighborhood that's devastated, I can't just run out of battery and go home. I need to document what I need to document. And that's my priority. My second priority is historical things that are vulnerable. Like, who knows how long this building is going to stay standing. Most of this has collapsed. There used to be many other buildings here along this ghost town. And that's it. That building is it. There's so many taken by wildfire days that I need to go and preserve on film the ghost towns of the West before we lose them all. At the rate of quote preservation, even the towns being preserved are at risk. We almost lost Placerville last. I mean, the firefighters saved it. I mean, the things we thought were definitely safe, like Paradise. I mean, not. So those are the priorities. Oh yes, I was going to show you the lens. Here it is. This full frame. Okay, Sony FE 20mm f1.8G lens. So I've already seen some videos. People have gotten very good results. Now my goal with this lens is a low light conditions. So abandoned buildings and such. You need it to be wide open. I know that A7S III has insane ISO, like mad ISO. We're talking like 46,000 ISO. Yeah, I didn't stutter. It's real. Or is it like 400,000? You know me in numbers. So when you can't see anything, it can see in the dark. It's a miracle camera. I think this will get me started. It doesn't look too bad for vlogging, you know, like if I hold it out and turn the camera on myself and then turn it onto the, you know, whatever historical thing I'm filming. It seems to be wide enough for that. Now the G Master lens is better, but it's 1400. I think that's the 24mm 1.4, if I remember right. And I don't think, in camera test, I don't see enough of a difference. So I believe I'm going to drop the $900 on it. I waited for Memorial Day sales, and none of them really happened for photography for anything that I needed. It's just with the manufacturing shortages and all this demand, just the way it is right now. There's just no good sales. Hey, okay, I have to go back and read. Hey, Cheryl, hello. Kayla is doing an EMS course and doing more education. She's good. Good. I'm glad. Braden says, I got the G Master 14. Ooh, super wide and no aberration. What do you have? What is your body? What is your camera like? Love to know. My wallet screamed in pain when I hit buy. Oh, that's good to see you, Cheryl. Hi. And BC is sunny with no fires at the moment. Yeah, we got to savor these moments as they pass, right? I'm really hoping that we'll have downtime like this where we can look at fun stuff. Now, I will probably fix the description later. That is the weirdest cargo ship on Earth going by. Those are so weird. They look like Noah's Ark anymore. But here's me flying closer to the building. And if you want to see more, you have to, well, tune in next time. Sorry to tease you, but I really need to watermark those before somebody else steals the footage. And, make it look pro. That's just raw. Yeah, there's a funny, right before that take, I needed to have like this cinematic opening to introduce that ghost. I'm going to make a little documentary about it. So, let's see, where is the, let's go to a live view. That looks wonderful. Just a tiny bit of smoke. Beautiful. Last 15 minutes. Yeah. We are lucky with weather. Lucky to have our brave fires on it. Brave pilots. So, hopefully this just goes gray, no more hot spots. So, the funny story about that is I just needed a serious shot, and I got it pretty perfect. I went down the dock facing the building, and more interesting things are coming into the frame, such as the building's facade and the details and the stuff that was up there, like the half-repaired boat that got abandoned, and that was coming into view. And then I pushed the drone up, and there was an osprey nest in the foreground. I go up over the top of the roof of the building, and I go to the river, and I was going to make the drone zip around in a quick 180 like a horseshoe, all cinematic-like, and then all of a sudden there's a kayak in the middle of the Columbia, and a Coast Guard vessel escorting the kayak. What? And then this goofy speed of sound cargo ship goes by, totally upstaging my footage. I'm like, just what is going on here? Why is a kayak being escorted by a Coast Guard ship? I never got an answer either. I mean, what do you do? Make a Freedom of Information Act request? Yeah, Cheryl, but I only have 2 working batteries now. One of them died, and the batteries are now $200. So you can't even ship a LiPo battery by air. So even if I ordered some now, it'd probably come from China and arrive here in a few months. So I'm thinking about just putting a drone on credit tomorrow. Here's what I aim to buy: GoPro Hero 10, because my GoPro was lost at Tahoe. Rest in peace, GoPro. That lens, a stabilizer for the camera, of course, batteries, accessories, filters, maybe a little bit more sound equipment. I think I have most of what I need. I have to do some tests. And a lot of this is all expensive. Just so dang expensive. Camera gear. I also need like backpack. A tripod worth a darn. I'm gonna use my rickety one for now. Alan T says new fire, the old fire at Napa. Thank you, Alan, for being on it. And you get the Catherine Award for today. Thank you. I'm so glad you are here. It's like all my mods and everybody else. Right now it's looking like mod roll call. I gave riches out liberally. Either that or my mods are just so good. They all heeded the call of duty today. Smitty says perhaps it was a safety inspection on the kayak. Like he wasn't big or powerful enough to be safe in a shipping lane. Got a ticket for it. I wonder. That Coast Guard vessel was pretty large. Looked like a little destroyer. And it had that little spinny thing. So I took the drone out and kind of edged towards it to kind of just see, like, what is the name of this vessel? That's what I was desperate to get, is vessel name. Because then I could look up things, information later. And, you know, I don't think we're able to make it out. Just like a couple of words can be seen. You know, the cargo ships would have been cool to figure out which one they are. But, you know, I was stupid. I panned the drone away because I thought maybe that the Coast Guard's own radar thing would interfere with my drone's communications and make it fall out of the sky. You know, if you get too close to power lines, that can happen. And it would go into the deep end of the Columbia and probably be found a few thousand years by archaeologists. But not me. So I steered back around, and that kayak must have been buffeted by the most righteous of wakes, because that passing cargo ship was booking it. That thing must have been surfing. And I go back and watch the footage, and I'm like, what happened to the kayaker? Was he okay? How did he possibly ride that out? Because when the wake hit the shore, I mean, it was slapping. Okay, so the new Wildfire. Why is it? It's an ongoing gag. How ridiculous fire names are. The new Wildfire is on Old Soda Springs Road, Napa. Dated 2 minutes ago. So the sugar. What camera is this? The sugar. It's kind of cut off, but we shall be switching now to appropriate. That's North Bay, isn't it? I in North Bay. Here we go. There it is. You are on it, Alan. Thank you. Yikes. Should I be changing the stream name? And then the Wildfire. Wildfire. The county is Napa. Okay. Thanks for being patient with me, guys. It's not, I do not have my ducks in a row quite yet. I still have to rearrange the computer. Not on OBS, I'm on StreamLabs, which is a very similar product, but it has a confounding interface. Also, hello, Charles Adderley, welcome. Good evening, watching from Nassau, the Bahamas. Wow. I want to come over. I want to go to Nassau. I am so jealous. Now let's see if we have a time lapse. Looks like camera was not on it when it started. That's nasty looking. Did you see that? That's tall flames. Ooh, there's a structure there. Looks sparsely populated in that area, but this could race uphill. All right, let's switch broadcastify. I'm moving away from El Dorado campus. Let's go to Napa. So shields up, red alert. Hold on to your butts. Sea probe. What's our wind speed in Napa County? If you Napa, tiny thing. There we go. Little tiny map. Yep, 108 people listening to Napa County Fire LSU East. Let's play. I'm sorry, there'll be a Home Depot ad or something.
Why be flat when you can sparkle? Polar Seltzer is just water, zillions of tiny bubbles, and great taste.
Okay.
Enjoy naturally calorie-free refreshment of Polar Seltzer. No sugar, calories, or funny business.
Okay.
Refreshingly natural, Polar Seltzer.
All right, anybody who was going to play the drinking game, you can't take a shot of half and half because that was not a Home Depot commercial.
Moderator spread. I don't think it's going to soda standing. Yeah, copy. Okay. County 14, red 14. Go. North, and it's already front.
Okay. Dating. All right, the time is 8:46 p.m. All right, it's save. Did it work? Is the ticker?
Number 104 responding. 1605 responding.
Okay.
Sure, 104K, 1605, 1846.
Okay, friends, tell me, how is the audio? Is that loud enough?
Negative information over the text message for frequencies.
Can you hear them all right?
Truck 12 complete, the train returning station 12.
This looks a bit nasty. Yeah. We're in the Oak Scrub Savannah Hills here. Now let's go check it out on Caltopo, see what kind of terrain. So this is Latrobe Ridge.
104. It'll be frequencies. AirTac 500, Tanker 91, Tanker 89, bleed coming out of Live yourself.
Like it's due north of Napa.
It'll be your 122.5 perfect. Permanent 12257. Seat at ground 2. B-Fire 22.
Any moment now, we'll get a satellite detection of heat, I'm sure. We got that video. I don't see aircraft over it, but they're talking. So, yeah, we got some takeoffs from Santa Rosa's airport. They are on it. So this is going to be rapid response, but hopefully in time. So maybe this is pulled out enough, we might see some aircraft action. So if you just tuned in or you've been passively listening, there's a new flyer. Due north of Napa. And we're watching the Sugarloaf Ridge camera on alert wildfire cams, southwest of Lake Berryessa, but over the hills, so Napa side.
1548.
I'm worried about that hillside there. Looks like wind might be going to the north. Let me go back to chat. Sorry, I'm doing that thing where I'm ignoring chat again. Yeah, Braden says, God willing, the fires of the season will be short-lived as this one. Spoke too soon. Braden, it's your fault. Thank you, Cheryl, for the feedback. The audio is clear. Oh, you can see the orange flame there. Winds are out of the south-southwest. Okay, so that means they're blowing towards the north-northeast. So
you want engine 1468, 1489. Additional response. Fire 230 Old Soda Springs Road.
Old Soda Springs Road. So this whole place has been traumatized. 2020 was bad for this region. And yeah, I agree, Alan. It looks wind-driven, and the wind is blowing the direction, push it up the hill. So
Sailing at 1385 East 30.
1385. Sailing at
1485 released from the incident. 85 available.
watch the aircraft. This is updating pretty rapidly. More than once a minute. We might see some planes coming in. Oh, yeah. Isn't that a helicopter in view for a second? Let's go back to flight radar.
Engine 14, respond to vegetation fire 2300 Old Springs Road, Old Ice.
1495 copies.
And here I thought we were going to have a quick stream, one cute little fire today. This is bad. Yeah. Looking up the hills, El Topo might let us know if we have good road access, at least for one. The answer's a flat no. We've got peaks. Let's see. Far. Satellites have tripped. Yeah, not a lot of road access, so it's going to be an aircraft show. That's
25, 522.
My God, it says Castle Peak, and it almost looks like a castle up there. That's an interesting
Go ahead for 76.
ruin of something.
Off of 2395 at the very end. We can pretty much make it to the left flank, the water tender, and additional. And we can try to get a good start on the left side.
What used to be here? Is this on? Oh, is this the hot springs that burned down years ago?
76 copies.
Oh. Well, dang it. Cheryl says I had been noticing up here lots of roots are exposed under trees.
At 500 San Helena.
Could use extra dirt. Yes. Protect those roots. Bury them up. That'll help the tree. Maybe spray it with some neem oil to help combat fungus and stuff. And I would definitely cover the roots of trees, especially if there's any bark missing. If bark is missing for the base of trees, the Indians used to put clay on them to protect them from fire. And well, fungus attacks and stuff. Bark is what fireproofs a tree. The older the tree, thicker the bark, the more fireproof quotation mark the tree is. The other thing that fireproofs them is having no branches that are dead low to the ground. That's how fire would climb up it. So you can cut those down, rip them off, just get them on the ground. Aircraft's in the house now. This has gotten huge fast. Well, big fast. Community is in the low teens for the Napa area. Yeah, Ellen. Okay. Yeah, it might be good. Means the duff is washed away.
Yeah, copy. Also, the division X-ray.
Yeah, but you need some mulch, you know, like roots, exposed roots.
1468 responding to the incident from Dorado Trail.
They become unhealthy.
Engine, correction, utility 1468, 1554.
Okay, thanks.
You'll be division X-ray and Alpha will be on the side.
Thinking we'll see airplanes. Moment. And that's what the doctor ordered.
Air attack 500.
Right now, it's racing through the grass.
St. Helena, report fire in area. Can you observe them?
Air attack 5, assuming old air attack. We have about 40 acres grass, brush, mix, moderate spread, at least 2 that I can see threat. A structure fire.
Oh dear.
Nate, report of a second veg fire area.
Second? a second vegetation fires in the area. It's just reported, and 2 structures at least threatened.
Additional fire in the area?
Yeah, it's 40 acres already. Yeah, this is bad. I mean, let's do a 15-minute time lapse. This terrain and wind driven. At least it's only 18 miles an hour.
Can you see the velocity on a state ship? Also, a Type 1 tanker and 1 additional copter, agency copter with crew.
Type 1 is a big boy.
Line engine 213 is responding, staffing at 3, confirming county fire or east.
The ground units will go try to save the structures. Helicopter 2, and the airplanes will go after, trying to stop the spread, trying to retardant rope around it. Yeah, Cheryl, Smitty, I don't feel good about this one. Are we still in red flag, or is it just fire weather watch? I haven't seen my FEMA app lately. Thanks everybody for hitting the like button, and of course subscribe if you want to be notified of fires. I'm almost always live when there's a big one, unless I'm asleep.
Come over, repeat.
Sailing Delta Crew 2, show us responding to the old incident, F212 process.
Delta 2, 15.
Okay, if anybody has questions too, I mean, there's enough downtime for me to answer them, like how do you use CalTopo, how do you find things on the cams? I definitely tell you how. Hey, thanks, Alan. We got plenty of people to man your station for a second. You are free to walk the dog.
Teams responding on E2, IC identifier. St. Helena, water tender 15 responding.
Water tenders are coming because there's not like there's a lot of hydrants out there in the middle of nowhere. So those are water trucks. Winds shifted direction by a tiny bit.
St. Helena, water tender 15 responding.
It's going downhill as much as up.
1558.
St. Helena, engine 213 responding E2, confirming the identifier and TAC channel.
Now, Type 1 is like a big jet, you know, like a big plane. They've already called for one, so we'll see in DC.
Break engine 213, confirming engine 313.
Oh, there's craft up there. Right there. That's the spotter plane. Looks like. Upper right corner.
213, my traffic was responding, staffing at 3, confirming IC identifier.
Engine 313 responding. IC identifier old IC on V22, 1559.
Sooner we see red on the ground, the better. They need to retardant rope this thing. What staffing levels like this year for the fighting? Oh goodness. That's a good question.
104, copy 104, 59.
I've heard about federal staffing issues. Unknown Cal Fire. If anybody knows, let me know. So that's our spotter plane. Let's see who else. We got a lead plane and a spotter, and helicopters arriving first. One of the Skyhawks. No, excuse me, Firehawks. Sikorsky Firehawk.
Battalion 1407, these two.
There's some Cadillacs right there.
Battalion 1407, Stanley, go ahead.
Who else is coming
I'm
in?
asking I see approximately 50 acres moderated spread from Old Soda Springs towards Soda Canyon Road. So for 500 acres. TP located at 1145 Soda Canyon Road.
Did he say 500 acres? No way.
Battalion 1407, assuming I see 50 acres moderated spread, I get 1145 Soda Springs.
Yeah, I think he meant 50.
Hold IC back. Coming from the north, access will be of Soda Canyon Road. Any resources coming from Sonoma County or Napa County Bone to the south will access of Old Soda Springs, Atlas Beach.
If you know anyone in this region, now would be the time to call them. Don't assume that they know. Sheriffs try to go door to door and stuff, but this could be big.
25.
125, San Luis.
Disregard.
People have livestock to move. That takes time. Not that many roads.
Water tender 20. San Luis, water tender 25 or market 2.
Yeah, what worries me is the lack of road access.
Water tender 25, 16.
Don't they have alerts for fires? We can never assume. I mean, there's people outside working in their shops without a radio on and without their cell phones. Yeah, Smitty says the spotting downhill, it's spotting downhill already bad. I think the wind is variable, and so it's just kind of fanning out in different directions. Some of this that looks like spotting could have been the second fire start that somebody reported, but unknown if that's a thing or if it was just a spot. There we go. Here's our first splash, guys. Our heroes have arrived. A little, what is that, a Marsh S2? We got a retardant splash. Yes. Now the majority of these structures are downhill. I like that. Looks like wineries. What is the green? Probably wine. It's at least a green. But uphill, it's all that fast, flashy fuel stuff like the dry grass. The oaks will burn, but they'll survive the fire as long as the fire moves quickly past them. They'll look dead, but they'll be alive.
St. Helena, 1461 at scene, East 2.
Engine 1461, 16-0.
I hope that's what we're seeing, oaks. If there's a mix of eucalyptus and other gasoline-esque type trees, then that makes this much worse. But if you keep the fire-resistant native plants in the landscape, everybody fares better. But what people don't know about California is most of the native grasses, which did not burn as fast as furiously, are kind of on the brink of extinction. The invasive weed grasses that have kind of taken over are much more flammable in general and create bigger flames, and they make it much worse. Relative humidity is 17%. Thanks, C-Probe. Not good. It's pretty bad. That's pretty dang bad.
Last unit on E, cover, repeat. Napa 7, San Helena, access Soda Springs, Old Soda Springs. Old Soda Springs.
Many of these trees don't seem to be catching. It's great. If they're fully mature oaks with no dead branches on the ground, they may not catch at all. It just might be the grass underneath it, and it's just racing up the
Let you
hill
know we
now.
are for accountability. 16-0, break. Units, hold your traffic.
Hey, California. How are you doing? We're going to see some big boys arriving. I wonder if they're like pre-fueled with retardant. I mean, it's red flag time, so probably. We got a bunch of Marsh S2 turbo trackers. They take off real quick, but they also have a small payload. They zip back and forth a lot. We've got the Firehawk. Hopefully the Firehawk will be on the structure saving mission. Oh, it's Silent Warrior. Okay, I was like, I must be losing my mind. I don't remember promoting a mod with that name. I was gonna flip through my book and be like, who did I give power to? Thank you for being here.
I think it looks like it's going to get some pretty crowds ahead of the fire.
Oh, I couldn't make that out. Something ahead of a fire.
Hold your traffic.
I wonder if the grass has been grazed down. That would be a good scenario. Happy to see that a lot of these trees are not catching. I know the way it just races through this. This is sticker bush grass. You walk through it, and if you have tennis shoes on, like all of your shoelaces are like there's 500 little sticker burrs on them. It's pretty awful stuff, and it goes thigh high if it's not grazed down. Alien says I literally ran by that road 2 days ago. The grass is very tall. Oh dear. Well, thanks for the report. Yikes.
Alien engine 475, that's me. Alien on. Engine volume with 3.
Okay.
Alien engine 1475.
I'd say the community of Circle Oaks should be on alert. Oak Knoll, Salvador, Utenville.
Engine 1475. Blue Ridge Crew 3, Blue Ridge 1, respond vegetation fire.
Atlas.
2300 Old Soda Road, Old IC, fire 22, standby for check back 1408. Break 1404, Salina, continue responding to the old incident.
Now they've got some good roads to make some barriers. Soda Creek Road will be good. And what's this?
Salina, can you respond to old incident?
Silverado Trail Road. Deja vu, guys. 2020 deja vu. Silverado Springs Road kept being repeated, and it was a big fire line back in the day. What do they got?
1404, Salina, confirming you're responding to the old incident.
Atlas Peak Road.
Go ahead for Mike.
Nearest
What plane are
community.
you working? And what's your location?
On the other side of the hill, the nearest community is something called Atlas. Yeah, it's 40 plus acres, and it's, I would say 60 might be a good estimate right now, or it's kind of about to near it. It's hard to know what's behind that hill. It'll be up to the Castle Peak in no time. Probably within 5 minutes. Christopher Luttrell says, break, Napa County 1407 has said the same could go could go to the 500 acres.
75.
I don't know. There's almost no access. I still want to call you by your old name.
Affirmative. Contact, X-ray, which is important.
California. Silent Warrior. You should be Silent California.
Training ship available in the north, and are we able to get a Type 1 air tanker?
Yeah, Alien, this went boom.
Will by 1610.
Where's our Type 1? We need the jets. We need the MD-87s. We need the DC-10s.
We're looking for you.
We got a beehive of Marsh S2s en route. They said potential for 500 acres. That must have been what we missed. It was a broken broadcast. Right. Rate of spread is moderate. We got winds out of the southwest. They seem a little variable though, looking at what it's doing. Around 18 miles an hour, thanks to a sea probe. He's the pilot. He's got his finger on airport weather reports all the time. Hey.
So do I see the mic.
Yeah, it's moderate spread.
Access right now.
Yeah, exactly, Silent. If those night I want to call them Nighthawks or something. If they can fight fire at night, that'd be a major game.
Reconciling for air resources at scene and we have yourself, tanker 91, tanker 89, tanker 3, and copter 4. Was there any additional request?
Where's the Type 1?
Affirmative. One. Let's get 2 more Type 3 air tankers, 1 Type 1 air tanker. Additional agency contact with crew and availability if they're aboard their training ship. We're with North Ops now, ascertaining the availability of a training platform and a Type 1 air tanker 1613.
We called for that minutes ago.
See a training platform in the north. Air attack. An old air attack, Selena just got information that the training platform is in south.
We got a bunch of engines on the way and a bunch of tenders, but I imagine they're going for the to save the structures first.
Napa City, 1630.
There's not much road access to the top. It's Castle Peak seems to have a road, and there's a ruin up there. Like maybe it's the remains of an old hot springs or something. It looks big, but it's ruined.
Have 218 and water under 18 status available to you.
There's little squiggly trails.
Multiple units. Old IC, Selena. Go. Selena, see with evacuation orders when you're ready to come.
Okay, we have evacuation orders.
We'll use for the fire. Come up on LNU East when you're en route.
Standing by, write that down.
Road closure of all of Stockton Road and Dorado Trail. Mandatory evacuation orders
The 1300 block all the way of Soda Canyon request Nixle.
Oh man.
Old IC 1550.
Oh, that was broken. Okay.
Old IC sailing. Do you have a representative at scene with you?
Please repeat.
That's affirmative. And CHP for the road closure.
And
Okay, we have.
confirming you're going direct to them for the Nixle and the road.
All right, friends.
Affirmative. Napa SO OES.
Old IC 1660.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the slider. Sorry, sometimes they're loud, sometimes they're soft. So.
Water Center 25 and switching to V-Fire 22.
Center 25, 1660.
He said mandatory evacuation orders for the 1300 block to blank to Soda Canyon Road.
X-ray ID.
Road blank closed at Silverado Trail.
Signaling engine 1480. Is that scene east tip?
Engine 1485, 1660.
Okay, so does anybody have a Nixle for Napa County? Anybody have? Let's pull up Napa County Sheriff's Office.
Transport 1445, 60.
Alright.
But I got dozers coming. Your location, good insertion point.
Alright, I'm hitting the follow
Fire
button.
the dozer. Make use for them where you're at. We're still making access right now. I want to state search identifier. 1440, but I may not get to you if affirmative, plug them in X-ray real quick. We get in here and get inserted. X-ray. You have an insertion point for your side.
Okay, I'll hit the refresh on Napa County Sheriff's Office Twitter, but I see nothing. Thank you, Alan.
Water Tender 15 sailing Old IC on V-Fire 20. Break Old IC sailing.
I know, Silent Warrior. Why don't these cameras go live? Like with video.
Have someone come up, command 1, tone 2, and do a chest, please.
Alright, let me change my ticker to at least something. Let's see. 4, 8, 10.
Old IC, Water Center 20, V-Fire 22. Old IC 25, we're just where the retardant stop was at 2302, Old Soda Springs Road. Where do you want us to go? That's your correct location for Division X-ray 146. Looking for a water test. Copy that.
Okay, that is best I can do. I don't know what road they're talking about. 1300 block of what, but it's near Soda Canyon. $2,300 also Springs Road, right? Okay, thanks. There's a news helicopter coming. Okay, that could be a long ranger too.
Old IC 1985. 95 year location.
Hey, John. Welcome.
1485 main entrance. Soda. We were following the water. I think we're approaching the vineyard. I copy. You'll be working Division X-ray. 1460.
Hey, Maccabee.
1485.
We have a situation. It's got to be at least 60, 70 acres by now.
With cover time.
Do a time lapse.
Go ahead.
The only good thing about the situation There might be an evening cool down of temperatures, increase of humidity, hopefully. T-Probe, what's the forecast tonight? If you're around. It's racing up a hill.
Station 41, 1480, cover station 27. Correction, station 48 and 1453, cover station 6. Station 35, 1479, cover station. Station 42, engine 60, cover station 47. Unit standby. Engine 223. St. Helena, water tender set.
Sure, thanks.
223 is en route, Skyline Park, smoke investigation.
Hey, Carney, long time. Carney's one of my original gangsters.
Your traffic?
Engine 223 is en route, Skyline Park for smoke investigation.
In 223, additional information, there is a vegetation fire in Old Soda Springs, could be drift smoke. I'll show you en route to Skyline Park.
Engine 223 copies.
Thanks. The Nixle, they're updating because there is a mandatory evacuation. I just can't figure out which road it is. It's probably Old Soda Springs Road. But they just called that out about 6 minutes ago. But thank you. I will refresh that. Now I'm going to quickly use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Hold air taxi. Hold air taxi. Utility 1622. So you're asking, heading up Soda Canyon Road, contact Division Alpha. Before for a second. Hold air taxi, only a couple fills. You're 913 out of Alma, and your type is Tinker 10 out of Reading. Still waiting on the other ST.
Engine 223, St. Helena.
Engine 223 made contact with the reporting party. He was reporting the Soda Canyon incident. Engine 223 is available and returning.
Team 23.
And we're going to reload. We're going to have to get to the top.
Team responding.
East. Correction, LNU East.
We're going to relocate them out to the top, and Boston Road will come face to face with you. The fire's going to pass.
Okay, friends, I'm back. So that's good news. The second possible fire was actually just smoke drift from the first one, so there is no second fire.
14 had seen Old Soda drift.
Engine 72, 1624.
The tanker, unfortunately, is still on the ground at Reading.
Responding on East.
The Type 1.
Engine 218, 1624.
Okay.
Water tender, Fort St. Helena, switch your traffic, fire 22. Water tender 14, sailing access off of Old Springs Road. And water tender 15, when in the area of Old Springs Road, contact Old IP on V-Fire 2216. Correct?
I'm checking Twitter.
Check back, confirm response, engine 1480 to station 27.
Oh, I should probably tell Twitter that I'm live. I'm so bad at this. Okay, let's do a tweet. It got a hash already. Is it hash Wildfire? Imagine.
Engine 1470, station 38. 1479 copies.
Yeah, it's hash Wildfire. Okay.
Station 7, engine 1460. Fire crew at scene. What's your identifier?
I get the link to my own thing here.
Be working for Division Alpha, located off of Soda Canyon Road. 1470. Yes, sir. Sailing engine 89, that's it. 1627. Hoseway above the on the right flank. Hold air to ground, or V-Fire 20.
Okay.
Drop coming in right above you. Yeah, hose the structure on the right flank. You got a drop and right above you. Identifier.
I typed it up.
66. Here it comes.
Okay. I am live covering the fire, 40 plus acres, moderate spread. It's going up a hill fast. Big tanker has been requested.
Minnesota IC 1489 on scene. Road.
All that big plane. Mandatory evacuations of 13 block near Soda Canyon Road. So fail, unclear transmission. Aircraft is on the scene. Okay, tweet. Done. Sharing my tweets. It's at K Wildfires. Share my tweets.
Blue Crew 1 sailing.
Okay.
For Blue Ridge 1. Blue Ridge Crew 1, confirming yourself. Blue Ridge 3 are responding to the vegetation fire, Old Soda Springs Road. Affirmative. Approximately 55 ETA. Blue Ridge Crews 1 and 3, 1629.
Yeah, I see on Twitter that North Bay News has got some cool images of the helicopters. And that looks nasty. It's like a solid line of fire on a hill and in the grass. Yeah, so CAL FIRE LNU has tweeted its evacuations ordered from the 1300 block of Old Soda Springs Road to the end. Cool, I'm retweeting that. And I'll update my ticker. Thanks everybody for helping me with this today.
Engine 6.
Okay. Wildfire. Official. Okay. Updating. Right.
Division Alpha, engine.
Changed it again. All right. Let's see if it looks good. Napa County Wildfire at 4:18 p.m. Mandatory 1300 block of Dakota Spring. This is way better than the old
Engine
OBS.
417 responding on east to soda incident. 17, 16, 30.
Okay, I'm going to retweet things I can't show you live because it's all copyrighted. It's pretty good images. That helicopter's amazing. This distinctive flaming front. It does look like a waist-high wall of fire across a
Hold IC, water tender 15.
flat horizon on a hill. Pretty amazing. I gotta go follow Cal Fire LNU. Okay. So I do believe we got out the word about mandatory evacuations first because it was live. Yay! We make a difference. We are hero helpers. Yeah, Alex said I heard old fire and thought about that fire in 2003 in San Bernardino. I remember that one. That was nasty. I know they need to be like old fire 2022. Something. I know Napa is so fire prone. You got those bay winds.
Access will be off of Soda Road. You were 45 Park, you were working.
They need a new naming scheme. It was nightmare. Remember the 31st? The
water 15 on
December 31st. Okay, I'm gonna be stepped on. That was epic confusion. They named a okay. Can I actually talk? This is the best way to queue up the radio is just me be silent for a minute, and then the moment I say something, it'll crackle back to life. So we could set up a dual view. Actually, let's do that. Ah. How did we used to do that? Tile display. Yeah. North Bay. That one. That one. Yeah. Atlas Peak West, Wild Horse. Sugarloaf. Yeah, there's cams have smoke on them.
1447, 1630.
Okay. Now,
We're working on Division Alpha. And access point off of Old Soda.
okay.
Fire.
All right, this gives us a better idea.
1630.
I never really see Napa when it's not on fire. Oh, crap.
Engine 222 sailing.
Oh, did it not work? Oh, dang it. Okay, I'm gonna have to. There. Display. Now, they really could design this website better. I'm gonna take it off Atlas Peak West.
Old IC, old air attack, when able. Yeah, we're making some progress. Heel up the right flank with retardant. That's working the left flank. The head looks like as at the copter go take a look at it. It's died down. The right kind of making a run up the hill towards the not really towards the structures. But there's a place on the flank we could look at in a little while. Maybe fire Soda Canyon. I see a dirt road ties into it. We can make that the ending point. Get the left shoulder secured. Makes sense. Yeah, I got it. So looking at it, put in on Canyon Road. St. Helena 221 responding. Engine 221.
They were closing Silverado Trail at Soda Canyon Road. That's the most I could make out of it. I don't know that road closure info is that useful right now, because they'll let you out.
Yeah, got a priority. Hold Soda Canyon Road. Finley, when you got a second. Go. We got still on the Type 3, Tanker 9 out of Reading. Still waiting on another for the other Type 3 you requested earlier. Copy, we'll still take them. And did you get an ETA on the training ship? I don't know if the Southern training ship is making it here in time, but... with ETA, I understood you want us to only look at North Ops. If you want us to place a request, we can... I don't know where they're at in South Ops. I see. Soda Canyon. You want me to... Soda Canyon Road. And I'm going to assign you to your division.
It's hazy now.
I see old air attack when able.
That's some good news. They said that
Air attack on C-Fire 22.
it's going uphill away from structures.
Yeah, on air to ground 2, sorry about that. Division Alpha, water.
Exactly. The FEMA app is really good. Nixle.
1404, old IC.
And
1407, old operation.
watch duty.
Division 1404, assuming old IC. Let me know when you're ready to reconcile resources I show at scene and storage. 30. Water center 15. Go ahead for water center 15. Then make your way up to the canyon.
Oh yeah, that was very clear. Crackle, crackle. I think some of those transmissions are when the planes go behind the hills. Okay. We probably have 3 more hours of usable daylight for airdrops. Dozers are already on their way there. Water tenders. The fires.
Old air attack.
Oh,
Air attack sailing a training platform in Hemet. Would you like to order?
they're ordering more airplanes.
Negative, it's in Brian.
No, they don't.
Cancel the request.
Oh, they don't need any extras. Now the good thing about grass type fires is they burn up fast.
I don't know if you were on air to ground. Air attack says worked off of left shoulder up where you're heading. But you did also say there's good work heel on the right.
Alien just saw a big tanker go by his house. Cool. A Type 1? Excellent. Nothing's coming down from Reading, they said, unless they got it from somewhere else. Sweet. Type 1, 2, and 3 is big, medium, and small. They should have like a Type 0, which would be like Grande, which would be only one plane is Grande, and that would be the 747 super tanker. So a Type 1's going to be a passenger jet. An MD-87? MD-80, I mean, excuse me. DC-10s. News helicopters on the way. Yeah, I'm going to go look at Twitter again. Now, the other angles don't look quite as bad. But then again, that can be deceiving. But I was happy to hear it's mostly moving away from structures. We only have 18-ish mile an hour wind gusts, so it's a blessing. It's in mostly natural looking terrain. That's kind of like California's natural oak savanna hills, scrub. The oaks will shrug off fire if it's fast moving and not too furious. It's funny how they'll look dead. They'll look like blackened things, but then spring comes and they're all budding green. It's crazy. I thought I saw hundreds of thousands of dead oaks. And the fire by Paradise, and then I went back the next spring and they were like, "Yep, I've got green bud." They look like blackened charcoal sticks.
Hold, I see you sailing.
Copy, air attack advisor, fire's edge, and work your way up on the left shoulder around the head. You're going to wind up having to bring it back from Soda Canyon down below there.
We got evacuation info out before the sheriff did. Hey, big dog, hello. Brandon Smith says, "Oh, hi, Catherine. Thank you for what you do. You're very welcome. Glad to see you again this year. Glad to see you. I wish we meet under better circumstances as usual. We're having a good time. looking at home video type stuff because the Latrobe fire was pretty brief. Thank goodness. Yeah, Alex says oaks and sycamore. And then just when we thought it was over, somebody had to say, whoa.
14 sailing, you'll have coverage for the 14, 15, 16.
Hey, Bob's.
St. Helena, Dozer Tender 1447 asking.
Dozer Tender 1447, 1446.
Thanks for hitting the like button, everybody who has done that, because that helps it become a trending video, which helps people find it. When it's so frustrating when people say they go to YouTube and they actually search for the fire and nothing comes up, because YouTube has to have a trending video. And so when almost everybody who is in a video and hits the like button, then it seems to work.
Information, County still has a task force available, and if you're looking at ordering additional resources for the fire, potentially get a couple of teams out of Sonoma County a lot sooner than any agency strike. Just for
Let's look at planes.
Place for a resource order.
Old I 1547.
Photo not available. That could be en route. There's that Roper 31 again doing a joyride. Anything coming from Reading? Negative. Wait, oh, Tinker 101. Yes! We got the fish, because it has orange gills. Tinker 101's in the air. Excellent. Let's see if the 3D view is good. So this is, of course, not a realistic 3D body of this aircraft, but placeholder. But you can kind of get an idea of what they see out the window. Wish it was real time, of course. Set on high quality. Put on some shadows. Because with your support, I've got a good video card now. This ain't gonna chug. This will be buttery smooth. You go to pilot view, right? So, cockpit view. En route. This will be cool to watch on the cams. Really cool. I think this.
Another drop coming in.
Oh, a drop is coming in. All right, let's see if we see one. Maybe I should give each one of these a little tab. Yeah, you call that full screen? Heck, it could be a little helicopter dot. Look at how hazy it's getting. Oh, big red splash. Check it out. That's a little S2. And had the helicopter there on the ridge. Or a spotter plane. Okay, so excellent. Oh, cool. Now, North Bay News on Twitter does have some good stuff, but if you look at my Twitter, I've retweeted it. North Bay News is awesome. I would. Yeah.
Lena, prevention 1423, please.
Prevention
Okay.
1423.
Yeah, Big Dog, I am perpetually jealous of One Brown. He gets to climb all over the fun toys. He even went inside the global super tanker. Ah, green. Green with envy. Yeah, Bob S. says oaks are amazing fire survivors. Absolutely. Absolutely adapted. Fire is, well, one that is perpetually set, like the Indians used to do to fertilize the land. Totally beneficial. Quick moving grass fires, totally beneficial to the landscape as long as you have made your home defensible and you have some good things available like ponds, water sources, tanks, fire break roads. You wouldn't fear this. Not the normal. Not the normal grass fire. Yeah, Big Dog, I can't wait to see that. And how are you, by the way? Good to see you. FYI, Tinkeranda wontons way down to LA County. I have no idea what you're saying, sir. Lord Griffin says, no worries, I evacuated that year for that one. Hoping it won't get that way again. Yeah. 2017 Atlas. Does anybody know what this... Anybody know what this ruin is? At the top of the hill? What is that? Is this an old hot spring? Looks elaborate. I'm so heartbroken when one of the hot springs that been around since the Spanish mission era was lost to fire. I think that was 2017. Was it? Is this it? Chris, oh, Tanker 101 is heading to LA. It is? Why? Is it just relocating?
Get an acreage and percent containment.
Why? Sir, you are needed, sir. What? It's pointed at Napa. They said it would come from Redding.
Let's see 1654.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, thanks, Lord Griffin. That's a fascinating ruin.
417 on 22.
Oh, we have a Zone Haven map. Thank you, Alan T, for being on it. Check out the evacuation map. Perfect. I will update my ticker. Zonehaven.com. Community.zonehaven.com. Got it. Thank you guys. You are on it. Okay. So let's go back to our lawyer cams. So far, I haven't heard any structure lost. I know they were threatened, but then they said the fire's moving away from structures at the moment, going up the hill. And I'm hoping that the cool of the evening, maybe some breezes dying down. Go check out Windy. Napa, California. 5 p.m.-ish. Gusts coming in the ocean. So the area where the fire is about here where it says wind, air, sort of, or want actually. Drag me if you want. Okay. Yeah, let's plant the flag. Are we supposed to actually? Okay. That's approximate. And got
water tender
26-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts. So they will be calming down by 11 to around 17, 2 a.m. Almost a dead calm with the occasional 9-mile-an-hour gust. Perfect. Now, hopefully, dozers and stuff will be working all night to keep it corralled, and that's a good forecast. Good forecast. Okay. David, Bob, Big Don. Okay, thank you so much for being here, C-Pro. Calistoga Springs might be around there, not sure. Yeah.
In addition to the order just discussed, can you send me one additional Lima strike team?
I don't think that it burned down, though. He wants a Lima strike team. That. Ground crew, I meant. Alien. Are you safe, Alien? Are you anywhere near the fire, like danger zone?
417's out team.
Yeah, Christopher says we have a... Wait, a new start? Tinker 440, 92, and 93 are en route to that fire. Which, where is this new start? Lancaster? Oh, God, okay.
417, 58.
Do we have a name for that new start? Say it ain't so. That'd be nice if they dumped a load on this old fire and then relocated. Then relocated to Southern California. Where's Lincoln?
Chain lane engine 14 available in 26 is respond. 1553, 1559.
CA fire scanner said green fire.
21
Tuolumne County. He's still an area.
Fire 22.
Oh, God. We do have a new start. That's Tuolumne County.
1489, 10, 22. Yeah, you need to go back and bring those dozers into the location there and start up from your location there next to that county. 04. Go to IC.
People wonder why a lot of them happen on the same day, and that is because fires are... There's always dozens of vegetation fires that break out every day. Every single day. Unless it's like sopping wet raining or snowing. And only on red flag or orange flag, if you will, kind of days, fire watch days, do they really get out of hand fast, and that's why they get big. So they always happen like this. If one's not aware of that, then it seems like, oh my God.
Old air attack. Correction, old ice. Minus standby one.
I have a update alert thing for Portland Fire and Rescue, and just over the last week, there was something like 65 vegetation fires around Portland, Oregon, mostly from homeless encampment fires for cooking fires getting out of control and things like that. Backyard barbecues rolling over, but nothing got big.
next, turn 913, town free.
Because it was pretty moist and rainy. But that's a typical work day anywhere in the United States. For the fire department. Just respond to like 7 of these dang things during a day, single day.
913, Salem. The crossover at Benicia and Rossville incident with an ETA of 7:15.
Hey, Portland Vortex.
Helicopter 913, positive. They have contact, old air attack 1701. Old IC, Salem.
Yeah, they're saying Tuolumne County. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
Old IC. Old IC. Utilize CDF TAC 2 and TAC 4.
I'm good to see you, Polar. We have
2 and TAC 4. Additional day shift for overhead resource request. 3 divisions, 1 safety officer.
that's ABC7. That's the helicopter. Somebody's already said that. Sorry. Asked that.
Old IC. Divisions and 1 safety officer 1703.
The orange fish is apparently going to Tuolumne County. That is also a little bit concerning, so I'm going to duplicate tab. We'll go into what cam is that? Is that
Confirm you're coming up Soda Road, correct? With another possibly.
that's the
Let me know when you guys get in. Start pushing Dorado.
the old fire is Napa. Green fire, Tuolumne County, Keystone area, 5 acres. Grass fire with moderate rate of spread. Moccasin Peak.
Resource IT, go ahead.
Which region? They're like in all regions, or hit M. I forget this. Sierra and Foothills. Bet. Go down to M.
45 IC.
Yes, I'm that good. Okay. Flatlands at least. Is that new start? To Tuolumne. Thanks, Alan. God. Christopher the Trails. Quick update. Old fires reaching 100 acres. Yeah. I don't doubt it. Desiree, hey, hello. Big hugs, girl. Big Dog says, strange to have all those fires in Portland, considering Portland just had one of their wettest springs ever. Yeah. Dang soggy in the Pacific Northwest. None of them really got to any size, though. Due to the actual weather. Lord Griffin says 100 acres, 5% contained for the old fire. Great. That's awesome. probably where they had that retardant splash on the south end, where the wind seems to be kind of pushing it north. It's seems to have a more constant direction now. And of course it went uphill just because fire goes uphill. So if I had to create a shape for the fire, I would bet that it looks like a what is a shape like? Like a. I just need to get that drawing pen out. You know, I didn't reinstall it. Where is that drawing pen? What was it called? So I can download it really quick. Cheryl says Milliken Creek rises on the western slopes of the east side of Napa Valley and flows through the Silver Country Club proper in the water. Great. That's pretty cool. Thanks for your local wisdom, Cheryl. Yeah, I'm surviving, Desiree. Yeah, you know how it's been. You know how it's been. And big hugs to you. I'm so sorry. I meant to call. Chaos happens. Golf fairway, Brad Gale says. Yeah, I bet ABC7's got some good stuff. I can't really.
You on that side, just get air test and there's some good work over at the field for the right point, but I do have doors to go to the west.
I'm at their website and it's got some sprinklers. Like what? Is it like Twitter?
Go ahead.
They seem to be in the middle of like their evening broadcast.
Resource action.
Oh, thanks, Big Dog, for the hugs. Yes, we need to dispense more hugs.
Update of the fire. The fire's holding to the east on Soda Springs Road.
Fire's holding.
Correct.
Yes.
Fire's holding to the west of Soda Springs Road.
On the west.
To the east of Soda Canyon. And fire's burning to the north on Castle. Estimated acres so far 20. Still moderate spread with 5% containment.
80 acres?
Holding on Soda Springs Road, east of Soda Canyon, burning north to Castle Peak. That's approximately 120 acres and 5.
What? There's more than one ABC? Thank you for pointing that out. I can show it for a second. That's fair use, I suppose. Alright, here you guys go. Do look at abc7news.com to look at this for yourself. They got great footage. And that's about all I could show you. Rewind if you just missed it. So we've got decent weather in the forecast tonight, so that's looking good. They're holding a road right now. It's going up towards Castle Peak, which we assumed. Because fire likes to climb hills, even though the wind isn't particularly driving it up that way. It's kind of going towards the north. Now, what about the other fire?
Looking for additional resources.
The green fire at Tuolumne County. I hope to God I'm saying that right. I don't have my notebook of cheat sheet pronunciation names with me anymore. Hey guys, the fish. Okay, Tinker 101 is circling Napa. Even though it says Lancaster, we're gonna have a drop of the big boy. Oh, there it is. Yay, there's our type 1. Oh god, that sound. Okay, let's listen for the order for the drop. Yeah, there she is.
1449, response of vegetation 230 Old Soda Springs Road, cross of Atlas Peak Road, Old IC V-Fire 22, check back 1711.
Okay, alright, get out the popcorn. This is what turns the tide of battle. I mean, the dolphins, they do a lot of work, but the sky whales, they turn the tide. Look back at the chat. Okay. Lord Griffin says, actually, I like cobras more. To Tuolumne County. Okay, thanks, Alan. I was mostly correct. Yay. You guys trained me well, mostly. Your childhood stomping ground. They have a shot of the plane? Oh, that's cool. I am monitoring that on the other screen here. Go ahead and visit abc7news.com and come back. Your copyright. Actual snippets. But we'll always be here. I appreciate all the likes. Sub if you want to be notified when there's big fires, because that's when I go live. When it's important. The main goal is to get the evacuation info out to the public, answer their questions, have real firefighters in the chat. We have that pretty often. And we've got awesome mods here to help connect people with the links to evacuation maps, info. Because I wish there was one website that was like fireinfo.com that everybody could go to and select their fire and everything would be one-stop shopping, but it tends to be, well, 60 tabs that you have to have open. You have to look at CalTopo. You have to look at maps. You have to look at about 5 different Twitter feeds for sheriff's offices and Cal Fire and such. Then you have to get a Broadcastify to get the latest firefighter chatter, because that's the best way to find out about evacuation, is hearing it live. We put out the info before the sheriff's office did. Not by much, but it goes to show that anybody wanting to be the safest should be listening to the firefighter radio.
East L2, utility 1468.
Havoc, so we've got an 80-plus acre fire going on. They have 5% containment at Napa. It's mostly a grass fire roaring up the hill, but it looks like the winds have calmed a little bit. Look at the smoke columns being a bit more vertical than normal. Great. As the evening wears on, it'll start dying down.
Engine 1484, Division East 2.
All right, we got our, what is that, MD-80? Or is it MD-87? Me and numbers. MD-87, yes. Circling, seeking drop, and probably falling around the lead plane. Oh, yeah. We do have a hurricane that just hit Mexico, right, Havoc? Oh, did he just drop? Was that on the news? The news live footage?
Response check back. Response, vegetation fire. Response, transport 14.
I didn't see a splash.
Or 1443.
But that doesn't mean what didn't happen.
Transport 1449.
Transport 1449.
Unit 1760.
Okay, friends, I'm going to show you briefly. Here's a zoom of, you can see where the retardant's been laid down, and look how, okay, it's loading. Look at the trees. Okay. Mostly been the grass that's burned off. I mean, a couple of trees burned up down there, or you could see the biggest white haze. But most of those oaks are going to make it. Baby oaks, maybe not, but is the nature of those kind of fires. They move fast, but then behind them is just nothing catches. That's courtesy ABC 7 News, and I can't show that for very long. It's about all I can do, but go ahead and watch it if you need to on another screen. Come back. If you have a desktop, you know, you can have multiple tabs open. I appreciate everybody dropping in.
Copy. When the dozers come, you're going to need additional engines on that line up to the right.
Okay. I'm getting stepped on a lot. I'm trying to get words in, but I think that the weather is going to be very cooperative tonight. If it's
Blue Ridge 1, same traffic. Blue Ridge 117.
if the forecast holds, and there's not that many structures up there, so I think the ground crews have kind of gone up there to meet it at Castle Peak. There is a road that goes up there, and I think dozers will work through the night. Thank you, Alex, for the repeat of the evacuation orders. Let's hope, Havoc, that Florida doesn't get a
1461.
hurricane remnant. Yeah, Big Dog, that's good to see the smoke going up. That means a lull in the wind. Oh, we just got another drop right there. Check it out.
1461. Good access up off Alice Peak. 3029 Alice Peak. I have the fire out in front of me about a quarter mile across the ridge. There is up here. We might be able to line up here.
I wonder if I can turn Super Chat on. I
1461.
I don't think I can. It says exit stream when I try to hit those buttons. What have I done? I thought I would be chatting with you guys for 15 minutes because that Latrobe fire looked serious, but a flash in the pan. And then we got to chatting, and then just as we're about to wander off, somebody had to say, well, looks like that's it for the day. And jinxed us. I'm glad that the construction work outside has stopped enough for me to do this today. The reason I haven't been live streaming the other fires is that A, I've been pretty sick, and B, there's an incompetent job replacing the siding and windows, and it has to be redone. My windows are leaking, so it's a nightmare of construction sounds, but just right now, they're not out there working. God knows why. But there was no way to go live. You just You'd have just heard radials channel.
Copy, 1 on Alpha, 1 on Mike.
I'll tone that noise down a little bit. So I'm optimistic about this one. We've got the evening wearing on. They've got the Type 1, the big honker, the big plane has arrived. There's been a beehive activity for little Marsh S2s that arrived quick. I
just want to copy on old road that you guys signed up for, and where's the access point?
Hi, Helen.
Perfect, you're on that one. Sure. I just turned on the old Alpha Atlas Peak. You want me to get back to Atlas Peak? Yeah, hold your current location. Find out if you're needed. 14-6. Copter 913, try tone 2. We're continue on Old Soda Springs, time division, X-ray. Copy, Springs. 913 on 2, heady copy. Loud and clear, go ahead.
This fire will.
Yeah, we're at sync.
This
13-17-22.
this old fire in Napa County is going to go through the night, and I think that they'll do great progress tonight because look, we've already had some good cooperation. It looks like a little bit more wind gusts have hit because the smoke column is not quite vertical still, but it's going to run out of fuel if they rope it in really fast. They've got good retardant drops on it. The big whale planes, the Type 1s, MD-87 there that responded has really, really helped the situation. And thankfully, there's really no structures in the path of where it's going. They're going to probably meet it up at the hill at the Castle Peak area. There is a road that goes up there. And when darkness falls, they'll be able to hit infrared, find hot spots, and direct dozer crew. We're pretty lucky with the wind being only about 18 miles an hour wind gusts today, with the occasional 25 mile an hour. But look how much it's died down right now.
Patrol 13, 17.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Helen. Are you in the Napa area? I know Napa is twitchy because of ever since 2017. This has been kind of nonstop for Napa. I think I first went almost viral, I guess. If almost viral is a thing, when I was covering the 2020 fires around Calistoga. Those were nuts. Like, holy monkey. What? Hey, what? Glad to have you back. Had family all over California until 2020, and they all left for various reasons. Yeah, okay, we have another retardant drop. Excellent. Perfect. The south side of the fire is looking like just one big solid retardant well. And if they meet it at the top of the hill, great. They said potential for 500 acres, and I would just imagine that the ridgelines over here, perhaps, this is what they are talking about, the 500 acres. They like to stop things at ridgelines. The fires will go up to that point, and especially if there's a road there, grass fires can be halted that way. Because unlike a forest fire where you have trees torching, this is a ground fast moving, terrain sort of, and slightly wind driven type fire. And thank God it's oaks. Really fire resistant. These look like pretty mature.
Up out here in the block. I'm going to track through the block and try and get on top of this.
Yeah, these look like mature trees for the most part. A pretty natural California landscape. I'm pretty impressed that it's not developed and stuff. Now, if they had developed suburbia, this would be a crisis. If this was developed suburbia, because this would be incredibly difficult to evacuate. But it goes to show if you just keep some natural habitat, then you don't have.
Hey, Jake, if you move in on Osota Spring, where engine 25 is, where you got that in relation to that?
As many crises. So, yeah, there's always the. I don't think we actually have money to send to other nations right now. We're kind of like writing checks. But usually when the United States gives loans to other countries for wars, we expect to be paid back. Germany's just stopped World War II payments. Like somewhat recently, it was like a decade ago, no joke. Part of the thriving 1950s kind of booming economy stuff was the World War II countries that borrowed from the United States started making payments with interest.
Engine 1183 Henry unit, Highway 20, start striking 9110, ready for assignment.
However, I think that preventing wildfire disasters, which are ending up being in the billions these days, is a way better investment, in my opinion. It's its own kind of payback, if not in true cash. But short-sightedness. If they don't have an obligation to pay back, everything seems like monopoly money anyway. But I don't want to explore that topic much more. I just want to explain.
1183, talk to Station 64.
You know, history and such. Exactly. Put a value on saving towns. Put a value on saving lives. Put a value on not having economies devastated, families torn apart. Things we can't replace. We can't replace those sequoias that have been alive since or before Christ. Yeah, you can't get them back.
Saying a light engine 1183 on east on 1.
Yeah, you know.
Respond to Station 34.
California is a unique gem in the world, and you can't replace it. There's no other California. You don't understand what I'm talking about unless you've been there. It's just one of the world's wonders, natural wonders. Everywhere you go, you just marvel. Yeah, there's nothing more important than lives. Okay. Well, I mean, trees do regrow, but you don't get trees that were alive at the time of Christ back. They are invaluable for, well, A, if they survive, they prevent further fires from getting as worse. Young trees just can't resist them as much, and that does help save lives. But B, they are invaluable as scientific resources. We're learning so much from them. It can tell us tree ring data and other data you can get from trees is we can figure out like why climate change happened in the Bronze Age. You know, what kind of the Bronze Age collapse. Most civilizations collapse, like Mycenaean Greece, Minoans, Assyria, Hittites.
947 is coming up from Soda Canyon, Soda Springs.
I mean, that was the end of like dozens of civilizations, and it was a climate change event. We need to figure these things out. Why do they happen naturally? Because nobody had cars back then. CO2. It's very relevant to the dangers we face today. So yeah, if we lose all the giant sequoias, we may actually lose them forever to extinction. We lost 36% of them, I think, in the last 2 years because it's so hard for them to get established. They don't become so fire resistant until a couple thousand years goes by. They grow really slowly, and you can have desertification in the place where they used to be. Part of the reason why there's still moisture, like in Sequoia National Park, is because those trees have roots so deep that they're pulling from very deep underground aquifers. I mean, it doesn't rain that much. They are getting their roots deep. So if you try to replant, for example, where the sequoias were, those trees will just up and die unless you put sprinklers on them every day for 500 plus years, 600 years, because they don't have the roots to go deep to pull from those aquifers. So what if the aquifers are not pulled from? Then that means that no moisture is reaching the surface to evaporate every night, because when trees make oxygen, they release vapor at night. They're not constantly releasing oxygen. They kind of absorb the CO2 all day, and then they release the oxygen at night. It's just an oversimplification. And so they're releasing vapor too. That forms clouds. That forms humidity for the local area, and that keeps the other plants and the ecosystem alive. So you can think you can just go replant, but you can't. You can think you could just go make a new sequoia forest. That would be extremely difficult to maybe impossible. So when people think that trees will regrow, that's actually not the case in many of these places. And that's really scary to think about. It would change the climate in ways we can't foresee. I mean, where does that water vapor go to other states? Does it form clouds and rain on other states? Would they become uninhabitable deserts? We just suddenly have Kansas have crazy dust storms. Like we don't know how it would affect things. So the best policy, I think, no matter what side of the aisle you are on any event, is it's just wise to not change what nature is already set up to be pretty good, because we have no idea what we're going to get out at the end. Just try to keep a nice equilibrium best we can. Don't take too much.
On LNU East, completely unreadable.
And that just tends to be the best policy.
Still completely unreadable.
Now, look, we have a dying down of the wind again. Look. Vertical smoke column. I'm liking it. Yeah, Vanessa, the aquifer thing, that's why a lot of the young trees are just not making it, and the old ones are kind of crispy, but the young ones are, like if you see the Dixie Fire, that explains why the younger trees were just going up, and they looked like they resembled those fire safety videos where, you know, the Christmas tree in the living room that nobody watered. You know, like somebody puts a match to it and just poof, the living room flashes over in seconds, like living trees going up and torching like that. Yeah. Alex says, I love the story of the end of the Bronze Age, but I heard it was some mysterious army that ended it. Yeah, the Sea Peoples. So I just actually watched a video about the Sea Peoples. The guy's Dan, the historian, I think it was. He's a guy who writes historical fiction. Really good YouTube channel. And he was explaining the new research on where the Sea Peoples came from. Sea Peoples were like Vikings, and they wrecked the Bronze Age world. It was a mass migration of over 230,000 people that got in boats and left their homeland and just invaded Egypt, the Hittites, Mycenaean Greece, Minoa, Crete, the Holy Land, the whole region, deep into Mesopotamia, and every single one of those civilizations collapsed. That's probably because massive drought already was causing rioting, unrest, and collapse of those civilizations. And the Sea Peoples The sea peoples walked right in.
Governor, contact. Go ahead. Identify.
The point is that the sea peoples
3 copies.
had to leave their homeland, which might have been northern Italy, Corsica, Sardinia, because at that same moment, those massive cities collapsed into chaos, rioting, skeletons reveal lots and lots of bludgeoning deaths, hacked axe wounds. So they fought each other over their dwindling productive farmland, abandoned small villages, grouped together in large cities, and kind of starved to death. When they all suddenly realized, we can't do this to each other, let's go attack other nations. And they all up and left. And those civilizations disappeared because those people migrated en masse. So the eruption of Thera, the volcano, could explain such... Hang on. I still can't make out what they're saying. Why we're talking about history. But the point is that the eruption of Thera, the volcano, could have caused that massive climate event, which made people migrate and made people fight each other over the good remaining land. Almost every single civilization collapse is tied to a climate change event that the civilization was unable to adapt to. Egypt was okay because it had the Nile still. The Nile gets its water from Africa, and so the eruption of Thera, the volcano near Crete, is perhaps not going to affect Africa as much, but they're the only ones with a stable water source anymore. The others experience massive drought and chaos. So the point is, a lot of times it's natural, a lot of times we're influencing it. And it's not a debate I want to start, but we have to know how to adapt. We have to know as much about past climate events as we can, and old trees are one of the best ways to get that knowledge. We can't just have them burn up. That is knowledge that we need to survive. Oh, I hate that sound.
17. Public assist for lift assist. Dorado, Orchard 601 Pope.
Okay, I'm muting that because that's a non-fire related 911 type call, and that's a lift assist as we have fallen. So I hope I just muted their address. I try to do that. Okay, I'm gonna unmute it. Yeah, so when people are like, we can replant trees, I mean, yes, prioritize human life, of course, but we need to think of the trees as something we can learn, practical knowledge value. All the sequoias also tell us about
Engine 310 on due east, responding to Old Staff 30.
about California's history. I mean, they're a great repository of that knowledge. How often did California have crazy droughts? How often do they come and go? Are they cyclical? There's every 500 years a mega type drought in the Southwest, and we may be starting to just enter that. Whether or not human activity,
Staff 30 responding to Old incident.
Whether or not human activity hastened that situation is, of course, unknown. But the reason that's important is the Anasazi.
1739.
The Anasazi disappeared because they suddenly couldn't grow food anymore. They were growing maize in the Southwest during a phenomenally wet period. There are these glory periods of wetness in the American Southwest. And about the time the pioneers were arriving in the Southwest, late 1700s and such, it was phenomenally wet. It's been kind of drying out since. And if we go into the deep drought, like the civilization collapsing type drought, we have to adapt to it. We'll have to make aqueducts. We'll have to do a lot of things. The civilizations that move water around effectively survive. They survive. They're stable. The ones that do not collapse. So we'll have to think about new infrastructure. Now, this could be a positive thing. Jobs.
42, any progress up there?
Jobs.
Keep getting rocked out up here.
And we won't have to feel so helpless when we watch, dams, reservoirs drying up. We have floods in the east.
Additional information. Has utility 20 is working on your 27 block access off of Old Soda Springs. Division Tango. Place resource order where they're up.
Oh, I wish I could make that out. Really can't. Pete Kelly's documentary on Sea People's cover. Let me go check my history. And watch history. Dan Davis history. The Terramare culture in the Bronze Age collapse. There's a couple.
Relief air attack over the fire in 1900 hours. A relief air attack in 1942.
Okay, they're just checking in. They when they come in, they note the time of arrival so that they can keep track of how well they fought fires, how effective it was, blah blah blah. Right, yeah, big dog, the Colorado. So we're in also worth noting, we're in the third year of La Nina, which typically means dry as heck southwest, hotter and drier southwest than normal for the United States. Wetter.
Engine 10 responding. County east.
Wetter and cooler.
310, 1742.
Wetter and cooler is Pacific Northwest, which Portland and Seattle is feeling.
1743.
Okay, they're doing a lot of check-ins. This time of night, there's usually crew changes and stuff. Remember how we always hear that. Angel Share says Angel Share says Napa cart has been activated. That's Napa County Animal Response Team. Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, Smitty, but I mean the torrential downpours of all those tornadoes going on. Holy mackerel! That was super flash flood type stuff, like in April. So the east gets soaked. But here's the thing about La Nina: it's also a wild card, way more wild card, non-predictable than say El Nino is. So a triple year La Nina is just the sucker punch, the gut punch we did not need. It's extremely bad news. So just hopefully we will pull out of the La Nina cycle by next year. Otherwise, can you imagine a fourth? Yeah, big dog, Eastern Oregon is drought. And La Nina is a wild card. Eastern Oregon just doesn't get the same rain. It just seems to, the way my teacher described it, the Cascades and the Sierras act as a sponge to squeeze out all the moisture that comes in from the Pacific, and it all will mostly run to the west side, leaving deserts on these mountain ranges. Pretty sad. The Anasazi is what I was trying to talk about. They had cliff dwellings. It's not because they liked them. It's defensive. They were being attacked all the time. Now we understand that they are not cannibals. The people that attacked them and overwhelmed them killed them and ate them. And maybe it was because of starvation. And it may have been Aztec type people from the south. Okay, so we have a 200-acre update, moderate rate of spread still. So, bang. We just had a return drop right there. Nice. The air attack continues. They sound pretty optimistic, which is great. They'll probably be right about the 500-acre potential, but there's not that many structures in the. So yeah, I will check out the documentary that you were looking at. I think I've seen it. But they're quite fascinating, like the mysterious culture that kind of collapsed the Bronze Age. But one could argue that all of those civilizations that didn't have water anymore and yet had massive population. When you are a government and you run out of food for your people, things go south really fast. And pretty much people forgot writing for 500 years. Like there's like no writing 500. Everybody who was of the I don't know how to provide for myself class, you know, like the scribes, priest class and stuff. Oh, they died. Nobody knew how to read or write. People survived by taking all the food they could, livestock, and going up to hills, barricading themselves up there, making a defensive little town, like walling themselves in and shooting everybody that approached. This is our little spot. We have water up here. There's not enough food for everybody. Go away. Society collapsed. Mass starvation and mass death. And then when it was over, people repopulated from those little sectors. And so you have a parallel in the Anasazi. They did not make cliff dwellings. Thought they looked cool. They were one of the places where you could still grow corn, maize, and other people wanted it. So they built those extraordinary structures because they had to. Eventually, they either had to abandon them or they got killed. More evidence is mounting that they lost their battle eventually. Invaders overwhelmed them and even ate them. So we need to know exactly what the hell caused that climate change event. It wasn't cars.
For 45.
CO2 in factories. Something happened. We need to understand it. And
7 should be pushing up. I'm going to cross the block here. Road I'm going to take up Alice Peak.
so sorry if this is boring some people, and I'm glad that some people like it. But it's just a practical thing. We shouldn't wring our hands over it and think that taxing cow farts or something is going to help.
He should be coming up in that area.
We need to be practical and like make aqueducts and stuff and make plans. Yeah, going back up. So, you know, speaking of low dam levels and all.
Going uphill, towards that castle and started going. Could be somewhere in there.
How nice this looks, right? They're reporting that the fire is up at Castle Peak right now, but they kind of lost sight exactly where it is. Yeah, exactly, big dog. I mean, nobody calculates either that dead trees stop converting CO2 to oxygen. Deforestation is devastating. It's worse than emissions. Way worse. So the thing, what was I just saying again? I'm gonna go back up to chat here. Speaking of low, like big dog, low river levels, I want to go to look at the ghost towns that are starting to pop out of the mud. Because that's my thing about history is ghost towns, and that's why I know so much about sea peoples and what Anasazi. Everywhere that civilization collapses, you have ghost towns. That's my field of study, my informal field of study. That's what I was trying to make YouTube videos about before the fire crisis happened. There's plenty of fire ghost towns. Plenty. And trying to compile a database about them to get statistics to figure out what is the biggest threat to our society. It's not because, oh, I like abandoned places. No, we want hard statistics. we need to understand why people uproot and move, why communities collapse, why economies do. It's in our best interest. Yeah, Big Dog says the island of Greenland is called that because long ago, lush and green. Yeah, it was. Greenland has some fascinating ghost towns. There are no statistics on how many ghost towns were abandoned because of climate change versus natural disaster versus man-made disaster versus, say, inundation because of dams versus economic collapse. We don't have data versus disease outbreak, Black Death, you know.
Additional response vegetation 2300 Soda Springs Road, cross of Atlas Road, LNU East Viewfinder to the Soda Ice, Old IC 751.
There are no statistics for these things, and we need them if we want to learn. So I set out as a life mission to compile that and invent, like ghost townology is a serious field of scientific study. I don't know what else to call it, ghost townology. If anybody has a better word, I'm all for it. Yeah, the Vikings were growing barley and stuff. This medieval warm period. Wine grapes in England, because England was like the climate of southern France for a bit. And then it wasn't. And then it cold snapped. Nobody can explain the medieval warm period. How could Vikings grow barley in England ever? But the pollen is there in their records too. The Romans didn't wear pants.
Stand by for
The Romans didn't wear pants. Not only did they disdain the trouser-wearing barbarians, like you and me, but they didn't need them. It was pretty warm. The ancient world. They just had sandals, didn't really do socks. Oh yes, Doggerland. That's fascinating. That's sad that that disappeared beneath the waves. I think most of our history, the most reason why we can't understand our past is because the Ice Age water levels. I mean, here's T4. Most most of human migration is done by boat. That's the easiest. That's the fastest.
17, detail complete, available.
Just look at how many of our biggest cities.
Cover state 25, Napa.
Hang on.
Copies, Napa.
How many of our biggest cities are port cities, like LA, New York, right? So everything in the Stone Age that was probably the biggest population centers were also coastal, and they are now underwater. Most of the history of California is out here underwater. And when we figure out a way to do better underwater archaeology, we'll find so much more about the past with submersible technology, yada yada. Yeah, Doggerland was a paradise that sank. It was the land bridge between Europe and England. And they say that that really wasn't exactly rising sea levels, because it was higher than sea level. It had a cascading effect, which I found fascinating. I don't know what that's called. It's like a reverse elastic uprising, the bounding. Okay, I don't remember what that's called. But when a glacier leaves land, usually the land rises. So like California is rising right now because glaciers used to be on it. Tiny amounts. Glacial static rebound or something. Please help me out with that word. And like right now, Norway and Sweden, Denmark, they are rising. Like the ground was weighed down by glacier, and since the glacier's melted, it's expanding up. Kind of like you squish down a sponge and you let it go. So with Doggerland, there was more and more water on either side of it, and when I heard just how high above sea level it was, it didn't make sense that it would sink. But apparently, it was the glacial melt, rising sea level, was kind of squishing it from each end, and it reached a tipping point of no return. Ah, oh God, big dog, said Jawbone Flats. Is it open? Okay, I almost went to Jawbone Flats in March of 2020. I walked halfway to it and had to turn back because my mom hurt her knee. I just knew I'd never see that place. Just something told me. Jawbone Flats burnt to the ground. And I remember Cogito and I were trying to look at satellite maps, just hoping beyond hope that any of those buildings were alive and the missing people would be found. But no. That's what I plan to do. I don't know if if you want to go with me, let's go. If it's open. I was highly critical of their, see, they didn't have any fire access roads by Jawbone Flats, which is in the Cascade Mountains, central Oregon Cascades. It's the best preserved ghost town of the Cascades, old gold mining town. They successfully turned it into a tourist attraction, preserved history. All the old gold mining cabins became rentable cabins. It became a tourist attraction to a part of the county that like no activity. And what tanker drop now? Let's look at it. Which cam would be this? And then a small fire started not too long after I visited it. I visited there. So by June, a small fire, probably from an old lightning strike that kind of revived itself, was by the town, and the firefighters were out before massive windstorms because the area hadn't burned in more than 100 years, and they hadn't allowed any forest thinning. Every tree branch that had dropped for 100 years was built up. Every pine needle for 100 years was built up. I was there. I could stick my hand down to my elbow. And the duff, the dead leaves, the dead pine needles. Hey, David. Yes, I'm back. I'm back, at least. And then it was so ridiculous. Firefighters were told to go away. They didn't. They really wanted to put that really small fire out, but there's no fire access road. They were going to put in smoke jumpers, parachute them in. Can't make that out. But they weren't going to put people in a death trap because there was no fire access road. And so, yeah, there's the MD-80. Yes, somebody moved look at that low pass. Somebody moved the camera to catch it. Excellent. Thank you, whoever's in charge of this cam. D. Nielsen. Yes, look, friends, look at that. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Picture perfect. I'm working that ridge up there. There goes our hero. Who would have ever thought that MD-87s and DC-10s would be super firefighting airplanes? You can almost hear that. And you? Hey, David. Yeah, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, yeah, it's excellent. So I'm happy. Looks like the wind is just laying down, just like going to sleep. We see some. It might be a truck. Who knows what that is? But
St. Helena, I see. East 2.
listen.
Old IC, St. Helena.
Request when you're ready to copy.
They're requesting aircraft? I think. Let's see. I'm turning that up.
Yeah, and one hose module, hydration module to Division X-ray. The drop will be at 2700 the Springs Road. Contact Division X-ray, Fire 22. And second request, one hose module, one hydration module to Division Alpha 1430, 140 Soda Canyon Road. Contact Division Alpha on 22.
Oh, cool.
2584 entering the far strike team 9250 Charlie. Stand by.
Yeah, Big Dog. Yeah, let's coordinate off camera, and maybe we should go see
Old
if we
IC, St.
can.
Helena. This is in addition to your request.
Ow! Sorry, that was loud.
One hose module, one hydration module, in addition, total of 2 each.
I'll have to play with the condenser setting on that audio feed, and I apologize. I haven't completely set up this system after I reformatted my hard drive and actually got a new one. Reinstalled Windows, and that fixed my computer problem. Knock on wood. But I am now just resetting everything back up, and I'll be adding some new equipment that'll help make the stream better, thanks to you guys. And so to finish the story about Jawbone Flats, I don't know that I'm particularly welcome if they have heard my criticism. I hope it's not taken personal.
Rutherford Fire.
But when the firefighters wanted to put out that 2-acre fire that it
We've
was,
got staffing for engine 215. Wondering if we should head towards the old fire or just station coverage on the valley floor.
because I knew that because of the fire load, I had just been there. I was alarmed. I was alarmed at all the dead sticks, buildup of leaves, twigs, no fire access roads, just trails. Nothing big enough to admit a.
Engine 310. Over to tech.
Nothing big enough that a big fire truck could drive down without extreme difficulty. The ruts in the road were so bad that I was biting my tongue off almost if I tried to go 10 miles an hour in the road, and that was like that for like 6 miles. It was too poorly maintained, so they refused to. They wanted hot shots to go in there. They couldn't do it because if the fire got out of control with a windy day, it would be a death trap. They no longer put hot shots in a place they can't escape from. There has to be a road to quickly escape, a helipad, something. And there's no such facility. They wanted it a roadless wilderness. They were against roads, and they were against thinning out the forest. They were against everything that would help the situation to save the forest. And they even said, shame on you for wanting to put this fire out. When fire is part of a natural thing in a landscape. And, oh, not in 2020. That was a mega drought. That's not the best time to reintroduce fire. You do that carefully. Really carefully. And so unfortunately, that fire that had just been burning politely and sitting there for about at 1 to 3 acres in size exploded on Labor Day, which I called Red Monday, which was when I started last year. My epic, not last year, 2020's epic, my first viral type of stream. And the Beachy Creek fire was so horrifying, I put down my headphones and said, I have to go evacuate my mom, excuse me. And I got in front of that fire, and people died. Got my mom out, thank goodness her house didn't burn. But hot ash was raining down on my head, and I drove through hell, through an orange sky hell. That fire reached for Salem. Came out of the Now the Cascades took out many towns in the way. It took out Detroit Lake, Mill City, Lyons, several other small towns that I'm unfortunately forgetting right now. They evacuated all these places like Silverton. It took out Jawbone Flats and a couple other smaller communities. And a lot of people dove into the Santiam literally to survive. And people tried and that didn't work. My God, it was just an unfolding nightmare. The headquarters of firefighting for the Cascades was at Gates. I'm forgetting Gates. And they had to abandon their own fire apparatus and flee for their lives. So yeah, should have put the fire out. But to give them to be full in disclosure, unfortunately they did not cut the power on that corridor. When I pause, I'm listening to the radio. I just turned it off for you guys because it's unreadable mostly. If they say something important, I'm going to turn it back on for you. But I'm just listening to it on my own. But the to be honest though, the Beachy Creek fire could have also started because they did not cut the power during this hurricane force wind, and so power lines fell all over that canyon and started new fires ahead of the actual origin of the Beachy Creek fire. So, according to Fire Chief of Gates and the lawsuits and stuff going on. So, that's horrible. So, I really wish I'd gotten there to document that place, where it was wiped off the map due to fire. At least some other people documented it. But yeah, Big Dog, if your grandparents used to live in Mill City, have you been there? I bet it's emotional for you.
LNU East, if you're part of the unit, try LNU East to floor 3. If you're on the east side of the unit, try 4.
We've still got lots of aircraft working the scene. Oh, we got 3 helicopters.
16-7.
2 of which are news media, right? There's a Firehawk. No, one of which is news media.
Confirming engine 1676 entering the unit.
70 people got trapped onto a dock and moved out. Okay, I'm muting that again. 70 people got trapped at Detroit Lake. We could have had a mass fatality event. Their harrowing escape is going to be a movie one day. All right, let's go back to... Hey, RJ. Oh, Bugs. Bugs, hello. We're getting the band back together, friends. So I have later an emotional video that I'll show, which is me trying to walk to Jawbone Flats and just noting how fire tinderboxy the landscape is.
That'd be helpful.
1809.
Hey RJ, sorry I didn't see you coming.
Want us to come back down the hill, tie him with the
Yeah, Angels.
Affirmative. We might have found another access to bring us even closer to the head.
If you've been to Bodie, I'm jealous, Angels. But I guarantee you've been to other ghost towns. You may not. You may not.
47, no location.
You may not have noticed. I'll explain that one day. Alex. Oh, Alex, you're rated. Okay, guys, can you guys email me with your name changes? I don't have.
Robin for 1447. Thank you.
You would think that YouTube would give me an alert when things like mods change their name, but they don't. Ron Borkins says, not sure I'm happy to see you back. Yeah, I know. I'm a harbinger of danger.
9250 Charlie and
Yeah, it's one of those, I wish we were meeting under different circumstances. Yeah. Yeah, I know, big dog.
Focus on to station 26.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I hope the people that ran Jawbone Flats in that area, Opal Creek Wilderness,
584 entering the unit. Prior to striking 90 Charlie.
now understand the importance of fire access road, forest thinning, and control birds, and,
584 on to station 20.
putting
24 copy station 24.
putting fires out in mega drought years instead of letting them burn. But that's not, I don't want to rub salt in the wounds, but they fought for like 30 years to get Opal Creek Wilderness, which is a marvel of the world, like a hidden gem. You have it protected from logging. This is one of the last old growth forests, probably the last in the Cascades, only to lose it in one single month to fire. Old growth does burn to the ground in mega fires. Mega fires are caused because we let the landscape prime up for it. They're our fault. And so what was all that? Millions of dollars in lawyers' fees and court battles to get it saved, only to not protect it. It's a huge lesson, and I have to talk about it because we'll lose the rest. Like, we'll lose the Valley of Giants if they let the fire load creep up on the Valley of Giants. Did you know that that's their plan? Oh, let's just see how. Let's not remove any of the sticks and branches on the ground. Let's, quote, keep it natural. No, don't keep it, quote, natural. That's...
a plan. What's your guys' access? Or how far was your progression of your division?
That's not natural at all.
Do you have contact channels?
Yeah, thank you, Bugs. There's fires with or without Catherine. Thank you.
Transport goes at 1440.
Yeah, quotation mark, keep it natural. They don't understand that it's not natural because humans have already suppressed all fires the last 120 years in that region. So it's not natural at a state right now. It's an incredible buildup of fire load. So that's not natural. We have to do something about it. We have to wood chipper that out. We have to carefully groom it to a more natural state so that fires, lightning strikes, when they happen, that they're not a mega fire, that they're like a normal wildfire. Old growth is okay at that point, but we can't let a mega fire happen. Not in this drought. J-Cat says, greetings and salutations. Some people say I can't eat mashed potatoes for religious reasons, but with that aside, I am here. Mashed potatoes. Hey. Religious reasons. Cult of Mr. Potato Head?
1843 from Old Ice on East 2.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make light of things.
St. Helena, engine 1182 in quarters, station 30. 1443.
Yeah, Cheryl says,
Route of travel in the incident. Atlas Peak was to Old Soda Springs. Go ahead. Affirmative, and contact vision X-ray, V-Fire 22.
Yeah, the not turning the power off during red flag, epic hurricane force winds. You know, the story of what happened to Gates was insane. Gates had a huge deluxe. It was the headquarters of the Cascade Mountains firefighting command post. It was the command post. And they had a chain link fence in a horseshoe. Actually, it was almost 360. We could go back to my broadcast. The actual fire chief was explaining this. It wasn't my speculation. It shocked me as much as anybody. He said that the Beachy Creek fire was across the mountain ridge to the north and to the east in a different valley, and then all of a sudden in Gates and in Mill City and in Detroit Lake at the same time, there's spontaneous reports of fire in our town, power lines down. And so as they were trying to figure out what to do about that, because they were scratching their heads like, what? Probably like, why isn't the power cut? Somebody ran up and said, look, my house down the street is on fire because there's a power line down. And they had barely a moment to react when a power line went down and hit the chain link fence of their firehouse. And it electrified the chain link fence. And that went red hot in a 360-degree circle around their firehouse. And so they couldn't put water on it. They'd get electrocuted. And so all the little bushes growing around the chain link fence all ignited at once. And so they were surrounded by fire 360 degrees. The way the fire chief described it was just unreal. So they dropped everything they had. They had office staff who were people manning radios and people who were not firefighters trying to grab hoses and stuff and abandoning their personal property.
Pretty slow going. In the retardant, I'm just trying to make the top, trying to carry some line with me and sneak into the retardant.
Okay. So we have hand crews on the ground and they're talking about pulling hoses, like literally, like walking around pulling hoses behind them. And God bless them. It's hot. Walking around.
I went out that road, I followed out, and I followed that road all the way till I hit the right bank of the fire. You actually made it good over here.
Slow going. Just God bless our heroes, man. A lot of the work they do is with a shovel. And it doesn't sound like that's a lot of work to pull a hose, but they're carrying like 65 pounds of gear. And the hoses themselves weigh hundreds of pounds because they're so long. And what was it, 90 degrees today? Probably a little bit cooler in Napa, but smoky as hell now. Yeah, I could show that again, but we'll keep it positive today. But a camera burned over, and the hurricane force wind that blew the fire up to the camera, then the camera melted, is something that is terrifying. Yeah, the fire chief they had to abandon their fire station and told everybody in the town to run for their lives too. They all drove west.
1673 unit, Highway 680.
One by one, almost a dozen towns burned to the ground. But simultaneously, since that was the wind event, this is once in every 75 years or so a wind event happens like that. It's like a Santa Ana wind event, but for all three western states, Washington, California. It's pretty damn rare. 1933-ish was about the last time that happened. Well, 2020, of course, it happened. this was playing out with all the other fires. The Lion's Head fire, the Riverside fire up by Estacada, which people from California thought it was Riverside, California, and I'm like, sorry, I don't name these things.
53 units southbound I-5, part of Maine, Charlie.
Engine 53, respond to station 37 for
Station 30.
They went to towns further west, and they got chased out of each one. And they almost fled all the way back to Salem. They were prepared to try to defend Salem. All those fires could have burned straight up to the Willamette River. Southwest Portland was being evacuated because fires are coming towards it from Malala. So,
Helena, engine 1670, enter the unit, from 3.
there were multiple fires breaking out in every single county west of the Cascades. California, Oregon, and Washington. That was total insanity. It doesn't even have a name. You know, you'd think the media would give it a name. I tried to give that wind event a name. I called it Red Monday. And then eventually...
That's affirmative, 1672.
Then eventually Red Monday 4.0 happened because that was the fourth Monday. And I realized I'd been streaming every day for about 17 hours a day for 4 weeks. And I was like, oh God, when is this going to end? Ah! Little did I know 2021 would be as bad. Little did we know. I thought we wouldn't see anything again like it for 75 more years. And then 2021. Gonna step on me. Yeah, I thought we wouldn't see another fire like that in 75 years, but then 2021 happened. And half of California's fires would have just been extinguished quickly, but power lines had to go down. Dixie Fire just kept the power on even though they were frying a tree. And then when the Dixie Fire was just getting a handle on it, power lines go down again and enlarge the Dixie Fire. When are they going to learn?
25's on Alpha. He's refilled 25 more available for a sign.
J-Cat, take lots of pictures, man. That sounds fun. Glad you're getting a vacation.
Train Elena, engine 1676. Is that same grab pack channel?
RJ? I'm glad you're all right, RJ. Yikes. Have you been preparing?
1676. Is that same?
Preparing your property and self? Because I think... here's our good wake-up call for today. Be prepared. I mean, everything looked hunky-dory and absolutely normal a couple hours ago. Then look what just happened in Napa Valley. Goth picnic?
Joseph 1447, Dr. 104, Bar 22.
That sounds epic. A goth picnic? What is this?
1676, St. Helena.
Taylor, engine 1676.
Affirmative, contact old ID on V-Fire 22. 1820.
Oh, look at that pretty rainbow prism effect on the lens. I think that's the setting sun. Yeah, we're getting really lucky with this weather. Only 18 wind gusts to 25, dying down tonight. So low population area. We don't have.
Engine 2561, entering the part of 9250 Charlie.
We don't have.
76 on Old Soda Springs Road off of that.
We don't have an indication of how this started, but it was behind some buildings. I can't make this out. How many people came here? How many people came here because they saw me tweet?
Cover station 24.
Alpha go.
Transport 14, 1827.
Address? Santa Elena, engine 2561. Your P station identifier.
And 2561 with you, space station 24, Spanish flat.
Transport to the 1443.
Okay, retweeting some stuff. Cool.
1443, 1827.
Cool images. Satellite views. The firehawks dropping water is so beautiful. Really good photography. Kent Porter and such. North Bay News.
Engine 25, 3, San Helena. Engine 2563, San Helena.
Santa Elena, 61.
Engine 2563, San Helena.
Yeah, check out my Twitter again. I just shared a bunch of very interesting images.
63, San Helena.
Just realized the Fierce Twitter is Fire Eyes, and I didn't get that before. It's like infrared mapping.
Engine 2561, we couldn't copy station assignment. Could you repeat?
Have engine 2563 with station, correction, cover 1035, Wilbur Spring.
2561. 1443 is down here at the
I'm tweeting up a storm. Okay.
an intersection, black gate straight, gate to the right.
I have a P.O. box. I had one.
Cover station 24, Spanish flat.
I told people to email me.
Engine 2563.
And nobody did. I was checking my email. I'm like, okay, yeah, people want to send me things. I guess not.
Yeah, probably. Right.
Forever alone. Hey, Wildcat. Yes. How are you? Pound no Twitter, Cobra says. We can't escape it. Well, Cobra Commander, yeah. U.S. Forest Service admitted both New Mexico fires were started, better controlled burns that got away. Yeah, the, was that Hawkins Peak? I'm not putting the P.O. box in the description of my channel. People can email me, and I'll email them back. It's already stuffed full of spam. I've got so many credit card offers. This year I might accept Bitcoin though. If I had known what Bitcoin was gonna do last year, I would never have been like, no. What was I thinking? I know, I'm not gonna pay more to enlarge that thing. I'm like, American Express, what the hell are you doing? They sent me 19 copies of the same credit card offer in the same month. Like, was somebody entering my address into a spam database and having a stroke and just shaking hands or something? And she needs 19 of these. God. Vanessa says, I know for a fact I was following you on Twitter last year, but Twitter says otherwise. That's happened to me too. Like, I set it up so I followed all of these good fire channels, and now I have to redo it. So I lose approximately 27 followers a month, or subscribers a month in YouTube when I'm not active. Ah! God! What was that, radio? Heart attack. And I kind of wondered, just do around 30 people every month just decide to unsub, or is there like an atrophy, or YouTube does that for people? I mean, there's a big rush of unsubbing right after the Tahoe event, and that's because, well, thousands of people needed to know just about Tahoe and just about the Caldor. No offense taken. I knew that when Crisis was over, there's a lot of people that kind of don't want to hear about fire ever again, or they just are not interested in what I have to say. Totally cool. But the whole atrophy of like minus 29 subs per month, I have a weird conspiracy theory. I'm not married to it, but I think it's YouTube designing a panic in us content creators, because it keeps pushing you to, oh, you could do better if you produce content more often. YouTube, I need a damn rest of several months. Oh my God. Yeah, Vanessa said that sounded like an AOL internet dial-up noise. Yes, it did. And I think I just kind of wonder if that's a way to pressure us to produce all the time. I'm not your weekly producer.
Alpha, just for accountability, I want to confirm I'm sitting at top Old Soda Springs, same area, 25. I'm still assigned to Alpha, Fire 22, correct?
That driving direction?
Crew buggy sitting up top, not sure their identifier or what the crew is. N25 continued our host. We're no longer in contact with them. We're currently mopping to hold the fire out of the vineyard.
Lost contact with a crew? They were on mop-up somewhere?
Copy.
That's true, RJ. Sorry you got banned, by the way. I don't know how that happened. I was like, why haven't we heard from RJ? I thought, yeah. Oh my God. That's true. That people did tune in. I mean, that's how Shaz came in. Oh, she left. I just didn't say bye. Goodness. And all our international people. We had lots of people coming in from. Yeah. You know, that is concerning, losing contact with a crew, but it's mostly that we need to get better radios to our firefighters. They oftentimes have pieces of junk. And we also need to extend cell phone service everywhere. That Wildfire is present, not just where it's profitable, because they need to give maps to each other. They need to check in.
Last unit, repeat.
I mean, they need to do the thing where you. Wait, hang on. Okay, they need. Ow! I'm glad I muted it for you guys. That's loud. It was a loud crackle. They need to do that thing where you get a map and you text it to somebody, and then they take the little pen, the little drawing pen, they make a note on it, like go here, attack fire there, meet here, don't go there, roadblock here, tree fallen here, and then they need to retweet that, retext that to all their crews, like that. But what were we seeing? In half an hour, oh, you may be lost getting to us. In half an hour, I'm going to drive down to where I have cell phone signal, and then I'll text you a map. It'll take me half an hour to get to where I have signal. That's not good enough. And if we can't put the towers up fast enough, then we need to have mobile situations, such as rapid deploy balloons or telecommunications stationary balloons. It's rather a simple affair. Yeah, Vanessa, that happened a lot. We were incredulous. And then at the Riverside Fire 2020, they didn't have radios at all for all their crews. And so this one crew had, we're told to monitor 2 different radios for 2 different counties. They only had 1 radio, so they kept switching to this county, that county, this county, that county. And they were missing the emergency. They were missing the emergency, like, we need to talk to you, broadcast from the one county. Because every time they queued up, they happened to be on the other channel. So they had to send a runner. They said, somebody get in a pickup truck and go find them. Holy crap. Exactly. California having a surplus. Okay, I know exactly how to spend that for saving lives. Holy crap. It can't be that counties fund their own firefighting anymore. We have to think about this at a national level, not state, national. Because the whole nation pays for this. And everybody in New York City who couldn't see the Statue of Liberty last year due to the Dixie Fire understands how the whole nation is affected and all the trillions and billions of cleanup and rebuilding that's going to come from taxpayer pockets. Right. The radio's dead silent right now. It's still playing. I'm reaching a level of fatigue. Been awake a long. I woke up in the middle of the night with a jolt and just couldn't get back to Angel shares. Yeah, that's what they should do, Angel. Homer says the OV-10 is a weird aircraft. It is. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the World War II planes, like the Lightning. Those are the P-38 or the Mosquito, actually. The Mosquito. Now that's a weird plane. Wasn't it balls of wood or something? But yeah, the Mosquito. It must be the P-38 I was thinking of. But it was like a wooden plane. They sort of have a resemblance, although the cockpit's way forward in the OV-10. I think that's so that they can see. so they can see where the fire is, because they're going to lead the big tankers in. Tankers follow them. And
here, I just want to make sure you get good comms up 22-4.
9061, 1840.
anybody in a big plane, I mean, those passenger jets were not designed for firefighting, so they can't see down. All they got to do, it's a genius system. Follow this little OV. And when the OV is above the fire, it hits a button, and it puts that jet smoke out, like in an air show. So that little poosh of jet smoke comes out, like a vapor, actually. As soon as the tanker comes in behind it, and its nose hits it, they hit the button to release their retardant or their water, and blind. But they know that they did right as long as they hit the button at the right time. The OV-10 was spotter aircraft from Vietnam. I think this is...
Charlie's entering the unit. How do you copy?
Isn't it like that old saying?
Charlie, show you entering unit 8-1.
Plows to swords to plows. You could take...
Flight 63, entering the unit. Flight 25. Charlie, in Silver Springs for coverage.
1842.
Yeah, it's kind of like the P-38. The balsa wood wonder. They're actually incredibly maneuverable. So just don't get hit was their motto, I think. Just don't get shot and you're fine. Kind of like the Zero. Yeah, swords to plowshares. So you take the iron of a sword, but then you turn it into civilian use post-war. So that's awesome. Like Hueys and stuff. Indestructible Huey helicopters. Those are good. Smitty says, why don't they use Mohawks as well? They carry a bigger payload. They just retired there. So. Who would have thought that passenger jets would be fighting fires? Like, really? I thought the 737 was a hoax when I first heard of it. I like a 747. I went, I made that horse noise.
63, LNU, zone 5, how do you copy?
You know, I made that noise like a horse.
Clear, showing route to
But it was real.
Silver Springs, correct?
Engine 20, the affirmative, Wilbur Spring, station 30.
Now, the good news is that green fire seems to be gone. Look at it. Hallelujah. The green fire is down there in Tuolumne County. Tuolumne. Yes, county. It's gone. We have a sunset. Place it. A golden California sunset. And lens flare. That's a beautiful lens flare right there. I was hoping for some birds. Remember how cool it was to see the vultures and stuff? And the hawks sitting on the cameras? The crows and stuff? John says Jelly Jim built a remote control P-38. That's hot. Smee says a P-38 could carry as big as a bomb load as a B-17. No way. Couldn't deploy it as well, but could carry it. No way. Plus, okay, could it carry all the guns, though, and the ammo, like the waist gunners? And the huge crew as well? That seems like a waste of a highly maneuverable kind of thing. I guess it's a Swiss Army plane. Thank you so much, Alex, for the... Okay, guys. Which one of you changed your names again? I have to write this down. Okay, so California 9 was was, hell. Should have written this down a long time ago. Alex, state your name. State your previous name. I need a secretary. Just to keep track of my secretary. Rated. Okay, yes. Rated. Why'd you change? Just inquiring. The 3 Winters didn't change, right? No. Have we seen 3 Winters? I'm hoping to see him. There's a couple people I haven't checked in, but I hope they will. Hope we'll see Sarah Luna and others. And I'm so happy that you guys responded, even though I've been like AWOL for a bit. Thank you so much for being here. We did great today. We're in our warm-up mode. So grateful that you're here. Rated was the old me. Oh, okay, so you're reborn. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. How big is this one? Teen Homesteader, we're at 80 plus acres with or 200 right now. I think they threw 200 around with a potential for 5, but look how nice the weather's cooperating. Darkening, it's chilling, humidity will increase overnight, the winds will die down. I think dozer crews and such will have a good progress on this overnight, as long as the weather forecast. Vanessa says there's still a little pink-haired bunny icon. You know what? I need a logo. Oh, it's 376. Thanks, Alan. Thank you. I need a logo for like Twitter and stuff. I was messing around with one. Yep, thanks. You're on it. I was talking with John Stoker today about possibly getting an equalizer to try to minimize that crackle or do some sort of noise reduction. And RJ, if you know anything about that, I would be all ears. I can't stand that noise. There's got to be some audio cleanup we can do for broadcast. I am begging for anybody's expertise. If you know anything about the Sony AS7 III camera, please get in touch with me. By the way, my email is Catherine.davidson.wildfire. Gmail.com. You check in. Big Dog says, how's the girl from Strawberry doing whose house burned down in Caldor? That would be Sarah Luna.
1644, Ellen, Stone 2.
I got a text from her not too long ago.
44 Sarah Luna.
Oops, I keep talking to her.
En route cover assignment.
1644, change in assignment. Cover station Middletown.
That sounded. We're starting to get
Station 31.
Patient?
So there's 1644 affirmative and 31 Middletown.
Okay, I'm going to try to mute that. I spaced out a little bit. I think that's an unrelated medical call, and I try to mute people's stuff. So, yeah, Sarah Luna I met in Tahoe, and she's so gracious, and she hooked me up with a place to stay. And then I got chased out of there by blizzards, and couldn't really return. And then got sick as a dog, like extremely sick, and convalesced in the valley, Sacramento sort of area, and straggled back home, and I had been away from home more than a and Sarah was so strong. She's amazing. And I've texted her back and forth a little bit. Hadn't had too many phone conversations. But her mom's house made it. Thank goodness. She lost pretty much everything except what she left with that day, car and on her back. And we had an emotional tour of that. So I was supposed to do a kind of more formal interview with her to kind of go over her experience, and just blizzards came to Tahoe, and they were saying 12-foot snows and power outages, and I couldn't get stuck that high in the mountains. I ended up going to lower elevation, getting stuck there for a few weeks, and then I made my way back down. So I hope to meet her again somewhat soon. But she's staying strong, just stronger than I am about these fires, I swear to God.
On Alice Peak roadside. Okay, stay on Atlas Peak Road, all the way to the top, and you're going to make a circle all ranch. Are you familiar with that?
That's a bunch of driving directions for people to get up to the fire. Like I said, none of this should be necessary. They should have cell phone service, and they should be texting maps to each other. But this is one day we'll all look back on this, and we'll talk about firefighting like it's medieval times. Now, the positive thing I have to say though about new technology though is if we poured money into it and effort, in just a few years, fighting wildfires will become child's play. Absolutely dead serious. Because there's just a few things that keep us hamstrung. A, communication issues. B, access issues. C, response time issues. D, we can't fight fires at night. Not from the air. And E, we can't fight fires from the air when we can't see through the smoke. And all that's going to change with technology. There's so many risks to pilot right now. We have to ground everything when like even a drone spotted, like a civilian drone. Well, can you imagine that all these planes will one day be remote controlled and everybody will see through the smoke with technologies like LiDAR? When we can fight fires at night, when fires go down for the count at night, if they are rarely, active and angry at night. I mean, that does happen sometimes. There's red flag nights, but usually it gets weakened at night, like an orc in the sunlight, right? Going to like Tolkien reference here. It's like a vampire in the sunlight. And that's when you want to beat it while it's down. Pummel it. But by noon the next day, after a fire breaks out, if you haven't really contained it, you have very little chance. If you have continuous red flag weather, it'll just grow into a monster. And currently our firefighters are helpless until weather cooperates again. And last year, it didn't cooperate again for months. So A, we have to have a lot more craft. B, they have to see through smoke. C, can't be grounded because we fear, human pilot death. And all these things are about to change as long as we just put the technology in it. No more, I'll drive down and text you and have more thing. When we have high-speed internet everywhere, everything's going to change. And already, we saw last year, helicopters making night drops. Everything is about to change. And we will be telling our grandchildren about how bad it was. Nobody's going to believe this stuff happened. This is going to be as weird as telling people about polio is right now. The current generations never think about smallpox and polio. But how much of the landscape's going to burn up? Or get to that point where wildfire fighting is child's play. I mean, there will be automated drones flying around like geese in formation, just patrolling with thermal imaging every day in red flag conditions, just looking at hollow trees to see if they're on fire. We are going to have a new era if we want it. We're right on the cusp. Tinker 101's on the scene. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's back. The orange fish is back. Orange whale, dolphin. I mean, whales don't have gills. I don't know what to call this. Whale shark. Aha, the whale shark. I'm clever. Yeah, Cobra Commander says it gets in your eyes, your lungs, and oily smoke. Cheryl says send Catherine's site to Elon, somebody who might have an interest. Yeah, maybe we should. I'd have a sit-down conversation with him because if the government won't take care of us, we need to do it ourselves. And we've seen the private sector, billionaires, make a huge difference in the world. Bill Gates is on a mission to eradicate guinea worm and malaria. He's making huge strides. That might be the next disease. A horrible disease. Okay, don't Google it if you're squeamish or eating. You know, I think that Elon Musk already tweeted about Starlink and its benefit for firefighting and stuff, if I recall. I probably should follow him on Twitter. And, I mean, during the cave rescue, he was trying to think of ways to help rescue those boys. I mean, that was a snafu, of course, but he's got that kind of brave thought of let's try stuff. You know, he's demonstrated that the tech he poured into making people paralyzed walk again. That's what we need. It's a different kind of thinking, a philosopher thinking that is rare. And the best way I describe it is Alexander the Great. He wasn't particularly extraordinary by himself. He wasn't born great. He had an awesome teacher called Aristotle. That was his personal private teacher. And so what Aristotle taught him to think like is this. It's everything happens. Everything that's possible does happen unless something prevents it. That is the way that Murphy's Law is actually a positive law. It's not negative. That's common way of thinking. That's when you don't have philosophy classes, when you don't have insight, when you aren't taught how to think, when you're just told what to think. Murphy's Law is absolutely positive. It's what can go wrong will go wrong. That's just talking about inevitability. You roll the dice enough for some possibility, it eventually happens. But that's also what's possible. If you eliminate the possibility for something to go wrong, it cannot. So he would talk to Alexander the Great and say, Aristotle would say, why are you not going to conquer the Persian Empire? And Alexander would say stuff like, well they're a superpower. They got a 1,000,000-man army. We're a tiny city-state type country, you know. They have more people. They have more elephants and chariots and all kinds of stuff. And we've got big spears and bronze armor. We're outnumbered and blah, blah, blah. But so Aristotle would say, so if you attack them, could you overcome what they have to throw at you? Did you know that most of the people don't want to fight for Persia because Persia is basically enslaving the other nations, taxing them to death, and most people would gladly just drop their weapons and run off the field? Did you know you have superior technology for war? They're outdated. Most of their shields are made out of wicker, so what's going to happen when you use flaming arrows? They don't have heavy armor, you do. Well, if you made your spears 22 feet long, could any of their cavalry touch you? Or any of their... all of their chariot charges would be suicidal. Did you know that you can just scare elephants and they'll turn around and attack their own men? So what's stopping you from taking over the Persian Empire again? If you try, it's inevitable unless something stops you. So just think of all the ways that something would stop you. You can overcome it all. Your victory is inevitable. So you have to think that way. Not of assuming that something can't happen unless you have to do something. The opposite. Everything that's possible is going to happen unless something prevents it. And usually that's you not trying. You're not trying to figure out the puzzle. Just not considering what has to be done and thinking of it that way. People switch into this way in wartime. And so you get incredible innovations, technological innovations in wartime. It's because it's necessary. But necessity is the mother of invention, right? And innovation. And it's when people try hard, try things they normally wouldn't. So we need to think of this as a war. It's a war against megafires. And I know that there's a bunch of people who hate the war analogy. It's actually perfect. Fire is not the enemy. Megafires, out of control fires, are the enemy. And we have to mobilize like we are for war. And we have to think about that way. We have to think that failure is not an option. And we have to, if something doesn't work currently, replace it with something that does. We start thinking like that and start believing that we can win. You win. You are not going to win if you don't think you can. Anyways, we have to have those discussions. As soon as we get started and roll up our sleeves, we're gonna taste victory. Yeah, Big Dog says instead of billionaires racing each other to outer space, maybe they could combine their energy to help people in this country, including firefighters. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, and maybe we could pitch it to it this way. You know there'll be fires on other planets, right? What happens when fire breaks out on your massive colony spaceship and it's a year's journey away from Earth? It's not like you'd turn around and put it out. New fire suppression methods have to be found for things like structure fires in spaceships. I mean, we lost Apollo crews fire. So, well, just talk to them whatever way appeals to them. So, going back up to the chat. It depends. Yeah, Big Dog says drones can keep track of PG&E power lines. Ooh, burn. Oh boy, if drones inspected PG&E power lines and if that was available to the public, I think the public would just, their hair would turn white. Oh God. I mean, we saw the footage of the Dixie Fire, and underneath the power lines were these 30-year-old trees. Oh yeah, they totally trimmed back their vegetation as required by law. Oh wow. Thank God for journalists going up there in the path of danger. The freedom of the press needs to be a real thing. The press was barred from covering the Sequoia Kings Canyon and Sequoia National Park. That needs to change. Freedom of the press needs to rule. Otherwise, we're going to be in the dark, not see the errors. It's not to blame people. We need to just fix everything we're doing wrong. Can't bring that to light unless we have people like journalists looking at the situation. Look at these cams. We need more of them. Remember the crazy Dixie Fire FLIR cams? Why don't we have dozens of them all over the landscape right now? Put me in charge, we'd have it. Then again, I'd be very motivated to put myself out of a job. I could tell you what, because I don't like this. I want to be at the beach. I would so much rather be like selling makeup right now or something that girls do on YouTube. I could probably make more money at it. I want to go film my ghost towns. No, not that I like. But this is a bit of a brutal kind of a volunteer work. I mean, you guys know you're right here with me. I can't do it without you. So gratefully. So let's see here. I don't think, by the way, Cheryl, I'm not for self-driving cars until cars have a sort of air traffic control for each other. Every self-driving car should know where each other is. the whole, like some of them do, some of them they're just trying to use sensors to figure out where traffic is. I think that's irresponsible. I can't believe they're not on the road right now. They could have taken half the ghost towns of Canada. Canada has a bunch of nice. You use that as a test for self-driving cars, not the public's roadways. Yeah, exactly. Write books on ghost towns. Not every Canuck drives a truck. Oh, shots fired. Canada has been insulted. Canada has been insulted. What are they going to do? I think they might write a cistern. Explain how their feelings are affected, and yet forgive us anyway. Because that's Canada. Bless them. Sorry, lap keyboard, Alex says. Okay. I'll have to go back and scroll up. I mean, apparently some anti-Canada taunting happened. Yeah, Elon Musk should send a bunch of stars. You know what? Talk to billionaires the way they can hear you. I bet you'd get really good free advertising if you gave firefighters. Go ahead and take credit for saving California. Yeah. And free advertising for your product if suddenly wildfires 20% less deadly because you gave everybody good communications and response time was improved 56% to every wildfire. That's stuff you can brag about, and can't you shop that to other nations that have wildfire problems? Cough, Australia. Government contracts are what you want, right? Talk to them about how their wallets. You stroke their ego, you fatten their wallets. They what you gotta do? Bob S says the big push is self-driving trucks. Think about how many jobs will be affected. I'm very much against it. Here's the thing, trains, damn it. Sorry, I'm emotional about that. Trains. Bring back trains. Why are giant semi-trucks on the road squishing cars and jackknifing and spilling hydrocarbons everywhere, giant fireballs and collapsing bridges because of that? Train for the same amount of gas emissions can move what was it, 42 semi-trucks can move? Or greater? Why did we let trains go away? Nah, I think we have let 98% of our railroads disappear. Our roads would be so much safer. Not at this. Trust me, I was a truck driver too, in a manner of speaking. Small rig, not very frequently big rig. But that scared the living anything out of me when I knew that a car is braking in front of me and I can't stop. I just had many heart attacks all the time. And the way I know that truckers push themselves, lack of sleep and stuff, it's scary. And that's just the way the game is played. Yeah, Big Dog says, can you see a self-driving truck on I-80 in Wyoming during a snowstorm? Oh, God. Okay, Cobra's saying more freight is shipped by train still in 2022 and it's cheaper. Oh. I mean, grain and stuff maybe, but not like Amazon packages. J-Cat says, hey, truckers need to have a change every now and then, so they take out a few cars and bridges from time to time. Wow, J-Cat. Cold. Oh, my God. You know what? If you want to watch a good, feel-good movie tonight, Bill Murray is a trucker in a movie called Larger Than Life. It's hysterical. I won't even tell you what the magic button quote is about, because it's going to be hilarious. So Bill Murray inherits an elephant. Like a circus elephant. From his father, who turned out to be a circus clown. Wow, they're even talking about mopping up. A few hours till we mop up in their little position. I didn't catch what position, but look how nice this looks. The air is even clear.
Those are 1445.
We even have the wind blowing the fire back on itself in some of these. That's excellent.
Yeah, do you have an update progress working on the left flank shoulder?
Making progress working on the left flank. Cool. So Bill Murray inherits an elephant, like it's delivered to him, and
Hey, copy. How close to the lead ranch and circle off?
it's a 90s movie. So he like pretends to be a trucker and go rent.
1449 going all the way up to the Circle R. We found an insertion point. Side of Circle R, 76 cars. I don't know if you're in that area.
Okay, I can't really make that. I'm gonna mute that. They're just talking about mopping up. I love hearing that. So long story short is he bluffs his way into renting a big rig and has no idea what to do with it, and he claims it's an emergency, and so they give him a truck that was in the shop, and they said, okay, just don't press the magic button. So he gets in there and he's looking at all the controls.
He's up there to tie in towards the top.
They're just talking about directions to where they need to go and stuff. And so he has no idea what to do. He starts grinding the gears and jerks his way out of the parking lot, and then he has to go from the East Coast somewhere to an elephant.
We're working up off the top, so we don't have to work that left shoulder, and that will be all.
Still got some little planes and stuff. They're losing their daylight, but you know, it was a good time of day for this fire to break out. They still had daylight, and yet while it was trying to progress, it's right about the time the winds died down for the evening. We got pretty lucky. Fire did. Oh yeah, true big dog. True. And so he needs to go from the East Coast to California somewhere, and I think the elephant was going to be, transported back to a sanctuary.
I got a 1414 get in from Circle R to the lead ranch, which is that, and he's on the fire.
I can't really make that out. Those are driving directions to dude ranches and stuff. So if he gets the elephant on time to make an airplane ride, it can go to a sanctuary in Asia. And he falls in love with her. Her name's Vera. It's a bonding thing. Really, really cool movie. But him trying to drive a big rig with an elephant in the back is absolutely hysterical. You've got to see this movie. He picks up a hitchhiker trucker trying to trade off with him. He ends up being completely insane. Oh God, you know who it is? It's Matthew McConaughey in like one of his first roles in a movie ever. And he's like just a scatterbrained, gibbering madman. It's really cool. So Angel Share says, I'm in St. Helena. That's over by the Calistoga area, and can see the upper level strata of smoke coming back over the valley. Yeah, that wind shifted. It just curled. That's
Unit 22.
that was a pilot checking it. It's just eerie the way the wind changes like that. You see more red retardant splashes. That's perfect. The fire's trying to go back to where fuel's already burned up, and they already have a good retardant line down here.
Golf entering 1915.
I mean, this is lucking out. Mother Nature just tipping her hat to us. Burt Reynolds is Smoking the Bandit 2 had a pregnant elephant. Wow. That's hard to explain to the missus. Polar Vortex says, oh, an application for new technology in firefighting. YouTube record jet suit mountain ascent gravity industries. You know, that was real. I think I was on Firestream at the time when a guy in a jetpack flew up to 3,000 feet in LAX's airspace, and a whole bunch of pilots were like, what the hell? They looked out the window and there's a guy waving at them in a jetpack, and it wasn't a hoax. Like, you could, I just saw that on YouTube the other day. There's the actual radio chatter from the pilots going, we have a man in the jetpack, 3,000 feet. I found out pilots do the thing because they want to keep the channel open so people don't try to think that they're done talking and talk over them. So they go, when they're lost for words or thinking of something, they go, so the plane that I'm piloting wants to it's got a engine fire thing. No, it's out, but nevertheless, I'd like a clearance slam. Yeah, they just drawl it out like that. But that's just one of those things you can't make up. Nobody found it. Nobody caught the jetpack man of LAX. I wonder if somebody's going to make a deathbed confession, or if they know when the statute of limitations is, and like the day after they're going to go to the press. Okay, since that's just crackle and... Okay, friends. J.E. Cat says, hell, that's how us ham operators keep the channel. There you go. Polar Vortex is low-level flight, but very fast and low visibility when... yeah. Trevor says, Smitty, yes, you can't replace a driver. No machine, no matter how small, take it time. Human. Yep. At least they can react faster. Like, say a human's behind the wheel. It takes a while for a visual input to see a threat, to assess the threat, decide what to do, pick our foot off the gas, put it on the brake. At least I'm for the technologies that'll hit the brake for you faster. That's a good thing. One of the hardest things about being a trucker that was explained to me was do another time lapse. If you're going down the freeway and somebody cuts you off and they hit the brakes and you run into their back end, you're going to be pushing them down the freeway, high speeds. You can't stop the brakes yourself. In fact, you shouldn't hit the brakes at all. You're going to be pushing them down the freeway. They're going to be terrified in there in that little bubble car of theirs. But if you hit the brakes, they're going to roll down the freeway like a corgi that lost its footing tumbling down a hillside at the park. And that's going to be a bad time for them. So you have to just take your foot off the gas, restrain yourself, don't hit the brake, and just let it come to a coasting stop. Otherwise, you've killed them. You can't hit the brake. And that's just one of those, you just gotta know what to do. A self-driving truck wouldn't know, right? What do you think, Big Dog? Well, every time technology takes away a job, it adds a whole bunch more. Like, don't worry about that.
Cassie, 19.
J-Cat says trucks are 80,000 pounds. How fast do they stop? How fast do they stop when carrying liquids? So my uncle was a truck driver. He rolled a gas truck. On his fault. Tire blowout. Oh man. I'm lucky to still have him with us. Hair-raising stories, he told me.
Available on Wilbur Springs.
1921.
That's about time the airplanes are going to lose light. Tanker 101's back at McClellan. Now, I've been doing some non-stop talking. It's about time I rested my voice. The radio's a bit crackly. J-Cat says trucks also have huge blind spots. Hey, yeah. But, you know, there's a bunch of little mini mirrors you can put on the front that help with that. That's why the school buses are decked out. What would be good is putting little tiny cameras on trucks and airplanes too, so pilots and drivers don't have blind spots. I mean, if you think about it, look how tiny, they're the size of a fingernail, the cameras in your phone. And they really don't cost that much. It's all markup. You know, they can be tiny. You could put them all over a vehicle. Especially with ever increasing radio transmission technology, you can just kind of put them on with a magnet, actually. And you could have screens, you know, where you can check on everything. You can see your tires blown out instead of somebody desperately catching up with you going, your tire, you're dragging a tire, you know. There's so many airplane crash videos where the pilots don't even know that like that an engine is burning unless they unstrap and go back and look out of a window. Back in this day and age, like 720p cams are literally about $4.99. I mean, there's a little bit of wiring you got to do, but why can't pilots like click little buttons and see every square inch of their aircraft? Like, why do they have to figure out how bad the fire is in the cargo hold? Shouldn't they be pressing buttons to look at the different sections?
Those are 1449. Vision Mike. 2050.
Yeah, remote operation is good. And that's a pretty cool, respectful discussion we're having. That's great. We got a good community here. Every time I want to take you guys for granted, I go to some other YouTube stream and oh my god, the chaos, the insults, the dueling, the urination contest. Also, we could think outside the box. What about roads where humans are not allowed? That it's just remote operated vehicles. It's more like a track, like a one-way track, you know, but not a train. We don't have to think the way Okay, I'm gonna squelch that crackle for a second. We don't have to think inside the box of what the way things already are. We don't have to share the road with robots. We don't. It's just like bike paths. Used to be the norm before bicycles, for some reason, bike lanes suddenly appeared next to cars. I don't understand why there's bike lanes. Bicycles have no chance against a vehicle. People are killed by them all the time. There should be parallel bike paths to roads, very far away from the exhaust and the choking fumes and the danger.
Lincoln 1, 1926.
Bike paths could take shortcuts to work. You know, be an incentive where people could want to use those. But you know why? Bike lanes on a road? It's because nobody wants to pay for separate bike paths. It's a money saving thing. I think it's sick. I don't like it. And I think people should be safe. Every time I have to pass a bicyclist on the road, I get into the other lane. I'm nervous. You know, I have to go into another lane and risk a head-on collision because there's a bicycle on the road. Okay. Heart attack time. And this is why I don't ride a bicycle on roads. I can't see people behind me. You have to face the same direction and turn your back on all the traffic. You know, if I could face the traffic, I could dodge out of the way if I see somebody coming at me. It's just nerve-wracking. I think in the future there will be a lot of changes that are kind of practical that they'll think of us as madmen right now who are totally dangerous. Just like we look at 1800s people. I think, like in hospitals, I don't understand why people who are sick with a fever go to the same place that people with an open wound go from a car accident. Really separate that. Sick people should go see a hospital for the sick. People.
The heel of the fire, Napa engine 5.
That was broken up. That's too bad. It looked like they were talking about the heel of the fire, but they're really. I just muted it for you guys. They're just mostly talking about position. That really wasn't a status update. Yeah, Bugs Bunny was saying we live in a barbaric society for sure. Yeah, we can improve. But it's just nonsense. Like, if have a place where there's surgeons and people do surgery, and people go if they're injured, compound fracture, bleeding, got crushed, accident, and people who are ill need to go immediately into quarantine, go to an infectious type place, and be far away from people with open wounds. We wouldn't have flesh-eating bacteria. Nowadays, you go into surgery, you can come out with a flesh-eating bacteria. Why in God's green earth would we have the two types of ill and injured people in the same room or building? It's not good. It's generally two different types of doctors that would see patients anyway. Cheryl says it would be easy on the ear if the firefighter didn't need to put up with the static. Yeah. Definitely radio technology. Like right now, I'm on Discord. I think I forgot. I think I muted myself. I want to have a Discord, by the way, for us to talk. You know, like voice with each other and share links. It sucks because it's so hard to use. But I do know the value of it. It'd be very good to spread information ourselves, share files, share pictures, and talk. I can interview people live. You know, people can join the chat and talk and say, out my balcony, I can see this, this, and this of the fire. And but Discord's hard to use. I have to set up a channel and somehow try to teach people how to use it. But Discord has noise suppression and background noise cancellation that's so far beyond anything. It's like I can't even use Skype because Discord just automatically adjusts people who are too loud, too quiet. It's better than having a cell phone conversation. It's clearer, and I'm sure this noise cancellation technology could be applied to radios. Why don't radios have that built in so that they're crackly? Sierra Mojo says, "Amen, Captain. You have to separate the sick from the injured." There you go. Thank you. Somebody believes. Especially in the day of antibiotics not working. Alex says, "Can you imagine one of the self-driving trucks kill or injure more people? A company could really lose a lot paying out. Today, the driver goes to jail." Somebody just said, "Unable to evacuate a patient due to a locked gate." I do not believe that's fire-related. We have no cell service to call them. Wow. I'm going to unmute that for. I want to reiterate, I think self-driving things be on their own, away from people.
Can you tell me what battalion you're in?
Copy. 1420.
They would have to prove.
Coming up to the rooms right now to help you build a plan up to
You'd think firefighters and first responders could just get away with cutting a lock on a gate. Okay, there's a gate code. Okay, never mind. That would be why they are pausing. Yeah, I think that it's just a good idea to have things like self-driving things. Rent ghost towns out, see how they do with each other, and it would take a long time for trust to build and for technology to improve to a point where they could ever be introduced next to humans. Put that in a sandbox. There's a reason why there's say volunteer pilots and stuff for X-planes. For the nobody just puts experimental aircraft into service ferrying around passengers. They're tested first, away from people. Sierra Mojo says, "I went to the emergency room for a broken rib on New Year's Day and left with COVID. Oh God, rip. Glad you made it back, Exile." Yeah, I don't understand some things about our society. Yeah, Alex, it's a nightmare. But would I feel comfortable in a drone, like a drone that could seat a person, but would go and fly me, say, from one mountaintop to another, or like down a cool mountain path or something? I would. I think I would, especially if it was tested a lot. And it had like a set route, one that was definitely clear, not like finding its own way, but like say you could go to San Francisco, the top of Mount Diablo, all the way to Lake Tahoe in a automated drone, like a drone taxi. And they go kind of like a tram, but it's not a tram, it's a drone. And it was pre-programmed. All the other pilots knew about this to avoid that altitude. All the eastbound traffic is to the south, the westbound traffic is to the north. And you just wave at each other going by. I mean, I'd be cool with it, but I wouldn't be cool with it kind of finding its way. Because I've seen my drone try to crash itself. Even with me at the controls, like it tries to have a mind of its own. So. Cobra says at first, but where does liability fall?
1535.
All I know is there's a lot of airplane crashes, like Mayday that I watch, where they always try to blame the pilot because the whole gigantic mega fines in the millions for knowingly putting unsafe aircraft in the air is a lot worse than paying out victims' families from insurance money. I want to have a YouTube series called Clearing Their Names. There's a bunch of pilots that have been absolutely blamed.
25 is 1480, return to advising route 1936.
Blamed for crashes that were just not their fault due to corruption. But that's coming down. I've got some wildfires to cover and people to interview. Cobra Commander says, what about weather and loss of signal? Does the drone you're riding in just hover? That's a good question. Well, I'd imagine that loss of signal may not be that big of a deal because it knows how much distance it's covered just with other instruments, the same way the airplanes know. So, say you had, say lightning struck it. I think you'd be kind of in the same kind of situation if you're in a regular aircraft. If you had a ferry system like that, the other drones in front, beside you, behind you, could act as like a guide to the other one in front if it had problems. Like, say you lose your GPS signal, but your proximity sensors are still there to the other drones around you, and your transponder is still on. There's a button to press to the radio, just like air traffic control, like what is my position, and they've got you on radar. To have all avionics go out at once, I mean, maybe a lightning strike would do something like that, but I think you're just as screwed in a regular. I think weather forecasts are decent enough. With a drone, you could just land vertically, whereas an airplane can't. I think you're more screwed in a fixed-wing airplane because of all kinds of wind shear, hail, gale force wind conditions. You have to like divert, find another.
3 sailing, were you able to make access to station 35?
Yeah, they're just talking about going to somebody's house, so I'm going to mute that. And I would feel much more comfortable hitting a button that says land, vertically down, like my drone has. Yeah, so that's a very good question. What would happen during a solar event with self-flying vehicles? Oh God, what would happen? Okay, North Korea and an EMT pulse attack. Okay, a rocket and an EMT pulse. Not a straight up nuke. But can you imagine all the all the electronics dying in the northern hemisphere from Montreal, Canada to Tijuana? Anything that's not in a Faraday cage situation? Oh God. Can you imagine all the pilots and Airbuses and stuff just can't, they don't have their electronics? How the hell do you land that? Everybody's screwed. That's frightening. We got to work on our diplomacy. Situations like that, we could be back to the 1800s technology in an instant. JCat says, back in the day, our C-17 was hit by a horizontal lightning and took out all of our comms and nav gear. Oh God. Oh God, JCat. How did you make it back?
Engine 1480, 6211, medical. Open wound at 1598 Cobb Boulevard.
Whoops. I tried to hit the mute button enough. That sucks. Open wound. So, I don't think there's much to monitor right now. We're going to get fading daylight. I kind of want to go and wrap this up for the night. Look at that nice sunset. How would a solar event affect our self-driving trucks? God, I mean, the whole power grid would go down. That has happened before, like New York blackouts. Those are relatively minor. We can. Now, what bothers me is the government discontinued the radio, like stations on the coast, to help boats and airplanes navigate over the ocean, because they thought GPS is here to stay. I disagree with that. I think the Clintons started that era, and then I think by the Obama era it was completely shut down. But it was like a bunch of signals, radio signals for navigation. They're just not there anymore. They're not operating. And now that Space Wars crap is going on, where I bet you now there's weapons in space, satellites are aiming at each other. What the hell would happen if you're at sea? And there's just no more communication with land, just suddenly, and you don't know what the hell happened, and you can't navigate, and you're like, do we have a sextant? Does anybody know how to read the stars? Oh my God. Cobra Commander says, I was disappointed about that too. It used to be fun tuning those in. Yeah. Oh yes, Smitty says, J-Cat, did you rig a string telephone up to the cockpit? Oh hey Urban, glad, good to see you. Nice to see you too. I will be live when I can, when there's not sawing and banging and hammering going on the walls. And of course, when there's an emergency, I'll find a way to be live. Yeah, Lighthouse. We need Lighthouse again. Oh, Cheryl says, I'll complain that BC Ferries is now offering alcohol, but you gotta buy a meal to get a beer, and I don't drink beer. Wait. Alpha. That does not compute, Cheryl. Not in my brain.
We can be available for another assignment if you wish. We have a couple units down here. Pretty tame.
Yes. The fire's pretty tame. Smitty can use a sextant. Wow.
Copy.
Cobra says every lighthouse on signal. Really? My goal is to try to fly my drone out to Terrible Tilly, the Tillamook Rock Lighthouse. So somebody, beat me to it. I was gonna try that back in the day, but then again, I didn't have a DJI, which would have had a couple more precious minutes of flight time. And that's high risk in the extreme. Even if you landed your drone on an emergency at the Terrible Tilly Lighthouse, nobody could retrieve it because nobody can land at that lighthouse. That rock will smash your boat to bits. I mean, nobody's landed on it in decades. Lightning does little to a plane. It's on at least small planes. Yeah. It also depends on the type, I hear. I'd love to see ball lightning one day. That's one of the big mystery things. So my uncle, the one who passed away, was driving. He was a lightning rod for action and just weird stuff. Now, he fixed up his RV. He had this perpetual problem with rain leaking in through the skylight thingy, and the antenna up there getting soggy and wet too, and things corroding. So.
Assist to Napa City for a structure fire, 849 Aaron Way, Napa 4, 1945.
Yeah, structure fire. At least the winds have died down. So, he had just fixed it all up, and I think they were about 18 minutes down the road when the cars started honking and steering off the road behind them, and in front of them they stomped on the brakes. and there was this bright flash of light. And he couldn't understand why people were freaking out. People got out of their cars and were staring and gaping and asking if he was okay, and walked over, and he's like, yeah. So the RV had been struck by lightning, and there's a weird thing about that. I've been listening to that structure fire thing. So anyway, the lightning, when it strikes something, the sound is moving in all directions away from where it hits. So if you are directly underneath it, you can't hear it. No thunder sound that you hear. So he had no idea, and he thought everybody was messing with him. And so he goes up and looks, and that antenna is fried. There's this black spiderweb-looking thing on the roof, and the seals are all broken around the skylight thingy again, and it's steaming. So he turns it right back around, and he takes it back to the shop, and he said, "What's wrong with it now?" How did you break it in 18 minutes? Well, yeah, J.E. Cat says, "Have you ever noticed the window above the windshield is used for a sextant?" I heard that. You know, that's what 7-4 Gear Channel was saying. The MD-87s and stuff, the old classical planes, have a star navigation window. MD-87. Look up at the yeah, it's the pit view. Yeah, heck, maybe we can see it from the inside then. But honest to God, that's what those things are for. But they're not in the new planes. It's kind of sad. There, right there. Oh heck, I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Nope. Somebody's en route with hydration and hose module. Anyway, you could see them kind of there and there. Sure, you guys are capable of Googling. I believe in you. You would like to know. What is that big behemoth swirly bob? Is that coming our way? Sort of. Did it bring rain? Maybe it will. Hope so. Not to Oregon. Go south. Oregon's had plenty. Go away. Ah, man. Don't do that. So frustrating. What's that thing in the Atlantic? Dear God. Is that a summertime nor'easter? What's happening out there? Looks like the Koreas are getting slammed. Okay. So, friends, I'm now becoming deliciously tired. I think that we can end it on this nice sunny sunset. Anchor 9-1, load and hold.
1949.
1427.
Yeah, it could be a hurt. Cyclone. Yeah, Cobra says B-17's had a star nav window
Rest of
too.
the Castle Ruins driveway.
So did that one plane that crashed into, was it Lake Mead? Because they were showing off the Sun Catcher classified, Sun Chaser classified mission, and they found the plane perfectly preserved. Everybody bailed out, I think. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you. John Stoker says the fire looks like it's in control. Great podcast. Yeah, thank you guys for showing up. I actually thought like a lot of people wouldn't, because I've been inactive, and I do apologize for that. I will try to get my stuff together and quickly do the thank you broadcast and some treats and try to get to documenting last year's fires in between covering the new ones. Hopefully we get some breaks between these. Hopefully we're better prepared. Hopefully we get luck break. Here's to hoping. Wow, big dog, your plane was hit by lightning. So nice to not have Oregon covered in smoke. Yes, I remember that. So everybody, thank you. Thank you for coming. You are totally awesome. You're hero helpers. And I will continue to tweak these settings, get them dialed in. I may be trying out other streaming software, just hoping that things will be a little bit more automated. And increase the quality, clarity, blah, 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 blah. Keep hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell if you want to know when fire emergencies happen. Don't hit the ringing bell if you don't want to be alerted to everything. I will be splitting the channel into like a fire notification only and then like a goofing around and my other projects part of the channel. I don't know how to do that yet, but it's coming around. So for now, you've got to be a ringing bell alerted subbed. Discord is wicked, by the way. Yeah, anybody who knows how to set up a Discord, please email me. Anybody who knows about A7S3s and Sony E-mount lenses, please email me. Anybody who knows about audio and fixing up broadcasts with equalizers, filters, please email me. Thanks for tuning in. And I'm so happy to end this on a happy note that compared to the last couple brutal years, pretty rare. Thank you everybody for coming. And remember, you can email me, catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I'll try to fix all the links for donation and everything. Thanks everybody who wanted to donate today. I'll try to set that up again. Woven Threads headed to Big Trees next weekend. Oh, cool. Take some pictures. Hope it's the redwood tree. Yeah. Try running the audio through virtual DJ. Yeah, tell me all about it. Voice meter banana and stuff. Okay. Good night, guys. Stay safe. And prepare. And remember, when you've done all you could do, preparing, you've done all you can do, and that's when you can relax. So make ready. Do all you can do. And to quote Teddy Roosevelt, do what you can with what you have, where you are. And I always add the end right now. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are my heroes. Next time.